Hello? It's me, I'm here. Good morning, everyone. Good evening, etc. Hi! Crikey, look at that crocker. She's been known to slice would-be chat trolls in two with just a glare. Let's poke her with a stick. What? What? Oh, would you look at that? You got the stick. Excuse me? Alright. How's everyone? How have you all been? How was your Thursday? What a weird day for me to ask about. But how was it? Okay, so there's a game. Came out recently. Marvel Rivals. I kinda wanna play it. I heard it's actually good. Feeling alright. Don't remember what happened yesterday because my brain hates remembering things. I have the opposite problem. And I think I, have a degree of willfulness when it comes to forgetting stuff. Okay. There we go. But now it's Friday and I have a ton of margaritas. Time to have some fun. Let's go! So yesterday what did I do yesterday? I slept in, woke up to feed my cat. Yep, no, I slept in, woke up to feed my cat, sat on my computer, watched a bunch of videos, laid down, watched video essays, passed out again during the video essays, got back up, played RuneScape. I did Cox yesterday. And for anyone that doesn't know what Cox is, it's one of the raids in RuneScape. So, yep, that was yesterday. I honestly, mostly productive day. It was not productive, but it was a good day of just resting. I spent most of it just not doing anything. I like not having any responsibilities and pressures in a day. But in hindsight, I always think to myself, damn, I could have been productive. But, you know, that's not how you rest. I hear about this a lot. People that overwork, forced to take a day off, and they don't know how to take a day off. They don't know how to how to rest. And I feel like that's something that people do end up forgetting how to do. You forget how to rest. I think this pop filter needs to be cleaned. I'm seeing all these things that I need to do. So, I have something I want to show everyone that's here right now, because I stumbled across it while looking for stuff. I need find the video. Turn off my music.
I'm starving. I'm starving. Let's go to the kitchen, get some food.
ADHD simulator!
Fridge up. I still didn't put away the rest of the groceries. Okay, let's get that done quick.
I'm starving.
Bread. Let's grab the bread.
Maybe I like bread.
I forgot tortillas again.
I want a quesadilla.
Okay, whatever. I'll get them next time. What's that one song?
This is so boring.
What's next? What's next?
Could make a smoothie. Smoothies are really good.
Is that bowl still sitting there? Okay,
I wonder
let's
how
go
long
fix
it's been
that.
sitting there.
Oh, and look at those pretty flowers. The colors are
Love
so
summer.
nice. I think I could use some water though. Let's go water them.
Love flowers. Don't drop it. Wonder how easily it would break. Is the vase even glass? Okay, made it. It didn't break it. Don't get any on your hands. Don't miss. Don't get any on your hands. Don't miss. Don't miss. Don't miss.
Water is
Don't
such
miss.
a
Gross feeling.
Water. Perfect. Oh, does that only have one pill left? Why do I do this every time? Oh, I forgot to call the pharmacy.
the pharmacy.
Okay, I need to do that. Write it down, 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 write it down.
This is actually
write it down.
fairly accurate.
I wonder what the etymology of the word pills is.
I'm an orthodontist. It's Greek. Nice.
Gotta do that.
Oh, print form before
Meeting. Don't forget the meeting.
I have that meeting soon. I should really go and get ready for that.
So much work.
Maybe it comes from the Latin word pilla. That
I
would
feel
make
like I'm
sense,
forgetting
right?
something.
Flowers, flowers. I need to go and put the flowers back.
It's actually crazy accurate. Just, oh, I'm hungry. Gets up, sees a bunch of stuff to do. Does a bunch of other things. Forgets to do everything else. See, with me, I'll have a couple of things to do and do a few of them, then forget the rest. Yeah. I feel you. So one of the nice touches I felt in that short is she tries to emulate what it's like internally when you're thinking. And mine is fairly similar. It feels kind of like that. Just a lot of thoughts in parallel. And I say thoughts and not voices because I don't really hear voices in my head. I don't really have like an audible internal dialogue. Not to say that I can't quote unquote hear it, it's just not my voice. I really don't know how to describe it. It's really weird to me because I've never really thought about it until it was brought up years and years and years ago. It's like almost like it's just text. Sort of like a TTS that I can't hear. It's a very conflicting description. I know, I understand. But for me, it's actually just like that. It's like, depending on how wildly, I don't know what the word I would look for here is. Feeling ADHD at the moment. Ill-changed. The amount of chaos is in the brain. And that's not normal. You seem to think that everyone else is constantly thinking about something. Your mind is constantly racing. I thought that was the default for everyone. I did not know that it was possible to experience basically nothing. How does that work? I don't even know how to explain how the fuck I'm talking right now, because I'm not really thinking about what I'm saying. I'm just kind of saying the first thing that comes to mind. It's almost like I'm talking and I'm filtering out everything that's unnecessary, except I don't feel like I'm experiencing thinking about what I'm saying before I'm saying it. And that's how it feels to talk when I'm on medication. Like I'm saying all the right things that I would have taken ages to get to before. Not to say that I don't think sometimes. Sometimes I actually do have to think about it so I can figure out the proper words. But when I have the words, it just comes out. I don't know how to explain it. It's really fucking weird. Yeah, like a radio that's picking up multiple... Yeah, I can understand. I can understand what that's like. But it's so strange. How do I even explain what it's like? Because I don't really experience my inner thoughts and dialogues like a voice. But the easiest way for people to understand what's going on is for me to call them voices. Which they aren't. It's so confusing. It's so confusing. The very act of being able to say something without thinking about it beforehand is such a foreign thing to me, but yet here it is, it's happening. I'm observing this happening right now. And I'm not sure how to reconcile with this. How does that work? How do you speak without really thinking about what you're saying? But still have something thoughtful to say. I don't get it. How? This is just... Are people on autopilot? I feel like I'm getting in like a little bit of existential crisis here. I'm trying to think about what my brain is like normally, then what I'm like medicated. And it's such a like scary, but doesn't feel... The thought of it is scary, but the actual experiencing it is not. How do people talk without thinking it beforehand? I don't get it. How do you not have the sentence already in mind before you say it? How does that work? So I was looking at a bunch of stuff, like regarding masking and ADHD. Like appearing organized but feeling chaotic internally, making a conscious effort to sit still and not fidget, acting laid back to cover rejection sensitivity, keeping quiet in conversations, reducing the intensity of excitement and other emotions, heavy reliance on reminders and timers to appear productive, getting good grades but struggling with motivation, behaviors to show you are actively listening, making excuses or careless mistakes or forgetfulness. So the whole behaviors to show you're listening thing is actually crazy. Because I used to do that, or I still do actually. I'm just so used to doing it that it's just like a learned behavior. And what breaks my brain a bit is that people do this unconsciously. Anyone chat mirror? When you're talking to someone in person, do you mirror? Like if someone's sitting a particular way, you match the way they're sitting? Anyone else do that? I don't think I do it fully, but there's like a little bit of mirroring, I think, in my actions. Because that would actually explain why I tend to take on other people's habits, or speech habits that is. I remember one of the things I used to never do until I started hanging out with Rage specifically, and it's mostly because of the thing that he does. It's a habit he has of cutting himself off when he gets distracted by something. And I used to never do that. I used to finish my thought And then I started doing because I thought I thought it was funny. Now I unironically do it. Because my brain has learned that if you're speaking, it is funny if you abruptly stop because you got distracted by something. And the distraction is usually something to do with culture. So, I could be talking and suddenly stop talking. And it's only because I've looked, I don't know, I saw something. Maybe titties or ass or something on my timeline. I don't know why. I'll even pick up habits like that. I used to do stuff like that with my friends when I was a little kid. Sorry, I have droned on a bit. Which part did you used to do? I droned on a little bit before I read your message, so I'm not sure which part you're referring to. The mirroring? Ah, okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's such a strange thing. I don't really know how it works. I find ADHD is such a strange condition. Because depending on whether or not it ends up being something you're fixated on, the very symptoms and condition that you suffer with causes you to get hyperfixations. Okay. The funniest thing to me is that you can get fixated on your own condition. How does that work? I think that's really funny. That people with ADHD can learn about ADHD and learn about the intricacies of it and end up getting a hyperfixation on ADHD itself. I find that extremely interesting. It is kind of funny that that is a thing that can happen. And I'm not sure if you guys can tell with how much I won't shut the fuck up about it. It is something that has happened to me. It's something that interests me, so I've just looked into it and looked at a bunch of people's experiences and what it's like and seeing all the similarities. I spent like 3 hours the other day scrolling through relatable ADHD stuff, and they were all memes. They were all ADHD memes. Every single fucking one of them. Either that or it was a screenshot of someone's experience. I don't know how to fucking feel about that. See, I get hyperfixated on things, but for some reason I forgot half of the stuff of what I just learned. That happens. Sometimes you need to read through it multiple times or something like that to have full retention. Information retention's not actually that easy. There is a picture I really want to share. See if I can find it. Okay, not this. Okay. Nope, I'm gonna keep looking. I need to keep looking. I saw this picture, and I kinda hated it. And I feel like anyone that can relate to that picture is also not gonna like it. Oh, hang on. There's something I'm seeing. Okay, so when you read books, anyone else that does any reading, how good is your retention after reading something? Because I've looked into this, because it's not something I've experienced, but a lot of people read through books really quickly, and as soon as they're done, after like a couple of days or weeks, they will just completely forget what they read until they read it again. Is that normal? Found it. Okay, so easiest for me to put this on screen? Probably throw it into this, right? I just downloaded you. Where the fuck could you have possibly gone? Into the wrong folder. Okay. Understandable. Okay, okay. Now I'm just blind. Found it. Load. Alright. It's over here. Can anyone relate to this? You'll have more fun with the others. But I was already having fun. Actually hate this. I think this is more I don't even know if it still happens to this day, because I don't actually know what the state of, you know, schooling is nowadays. But people always make the effort of, someone's off on their own reading a book or something. They'll be like, hey, why don't you join everyone else and have some fun? And I guess that's because humans are very social creatures. So if you have anything that makes you even slightly antisocial, this is it. This is the image. You'll have more fun with the others. Alright. This is the best place to put my pictures. Do GIFs work? What happens if it's really big? Oh, I made something yesterday. I put it on my Twitter. Thought I cooked. Uh-oh. Here we go. I'm proud of this picture. I thought it was good. But my Twitter decided to show it to no one. The Twitter algorithm fucking hates me because I'm not active enough. I agree with that picture. You here to perceive? Don't perceive. Oh, can I show you guys one of the coolest fucking manga panels I've seen? except the GIF only played once, is from a horror manga. It's really cool. I think they have. Here we go. Here's another one too. That is so neat. It's so simple. It's so simple, but adds so much to the reading experience. I have to share that. You would agree your tail is better than therapy? Yeah. I also agree with the fact that my tail is better than therapy. Any other pictures? Stuff. Look at this picture. Woo! I don't think I've showed anyone that picture, but you know, you get a split second of it. What picture? I was distracted. It's a shame. Oh, I have to share this. I ended up on like a Twitter list a long time ago. It's just someone that made a list called Tomboy, and I'm just on it. This. Yeah, and it's just a thing. You know, I actually remember why I have this picture. Because I'm really fucking stupid. And the only thing I did with this picture was add the electric input for Tekken. It's just electric. Yeah, it's just this. Okay, it's not working. That's fair enough. What happens if I take this? Put it on my head. I have so many different pictures. Oh, I have an ADHD management advice PDF also in this folder. I don't know what it's doing in my streaming assets, but it's here. Okay. This. Ah. That's it. I also have this picture. For no particular reason at all. I happen to have this. What a weird little folder I've got. I've seen them, but not the original video. Well, see, it's a PNG of that video without the original content in it. Yeah. So I've realized something in the past. Like, I don't know. Couple of few weeks. What a redundant fucking sentence. Yeah, I genuinely won't, be that comfortable flirting with people unless I think that they're okay with it and won't be made uncomfortable. And to know that I'm not serious unless they take me up on it. Which is why I only flirt with women and not men. And I'm very, I am bluffing until you call me out on the bluff. You know? Isn't that a fun way to live? Although I've had, to my own detriment, been so hung up on things that I have said. And being very like, oh, how do I explain this? I said it, so I have to do it. Being true to my word type of deal. And unfortunately, one of the things I said that I was going to do ended up burning me out. Which actually kind of fucking sucks. I still love Yakuza, guys. Because I have no idea how much I love Yakuza. Like a Dragon is such a fantastic series. And I will never forget it. But man, do I not want to touch a single one of those games for the rest of my life. I'll watch someone else play. I don't recommend it. Going through 6 games, 6 full games, with no breaks in between? Nah, dude, I really don't want to touch another Yakuza for as long as I live. As fun as they look, I just don't want to touch them. I'm good. Yeah, no, not even the new pirate one that's coming out. I'm not gonna play them. And I'm fine with watching someone else play. Which I might not even do. Yeah, so if I say something, chances are I will follow through if I need to. You know when someone makes throwaway comments, you just make a comment. Throw it out there. Doesn't matter if someone takes you up on the offer or not. You just throw the offer out there. If someone takes me up on it, then, you know, yeah. I found out that people say stuff like, oh, let's do something, and will not follow up on it. Like, I heard that's a common thing for neurotypical people to do, is just to say it. Yeah, we should meet up again in the future and do stuff, and then they don't do it. It's just a word, it's just a thing to say. How do people do that? Say things like that, and not actually mean to follow through. feel like there's a whole entire world that I haven't really explored, that I don't understand, that is new and weird and all that stuff to me. My glasses on. Here we go. Ah! I can't see. Okay. I don't get it. I don't understand. If anyone understands, please explain in a way that I will understand. Because I want to understand anything that's a mystery. And some things I find so hard to understand. I got this. Okay. Save. Where's my folder? This is on my second monitor. And I saw it, so I must share it now. I really need to sort this. Sort by date. There we go. It's crazy how true this is. Oh, I have such a large little library. And this one too. I have to share this one. Guys, when anyone fucking compliments me or something like that for this, is this the fact that this is optional blows my mind. How does anyone have the energy not to be anything other than themselves? I don't understand how you have the energy. I understand why it's done. I understand why people do it. Some people just aren't genuine. But how do people have the energy? How do you have the energy? Power of ADHD meds? To just be yourself? I've always been like that. How do people have the brain power to be someone else? Yeah. That's what I mean. How do people have the brain power to be someone else? The fuck is this Twitter account? Hang on, I'll show the other image after this, but you know. Yeah, you're right. It would be pretty fucked up if you were a swan, but you were raised by ducks and you grew up never seeing another swan or even knowing that there was such a thing as a swan even existed, so you thought you were a duck with something super wrong with it. Has this reframed Ugly Duckling for anyone? Cause it did for me! I read this again, but it was on an ADHD meme thread. You want a duck. Yeah, this one. I applied it to neurodiversity and I was just like, oh. This one's actually really, really important. This one. Actually, this one. Do not turn on the lights. I hate having the lights on. Genuinely fucking hate having the lights on. I'm always in the dark. I am literally always in the dark. That's probably why my eyes are a little fucked. But I'm always in the dark. Literally. Always in the dark. Never have the light on. If I didn't have a cat, even my curtains would always be fully down, and my apartment would be super dark. But because I have a cat, the curtain, the blinds behind me are lifted up a bit, and then there's a section that's like a small thin window in the corner, and that is raised all the way up with her cat tree able to look out the window. If I didn't have a cat, my apartment would be pitch dark every single day of the week. Okay, and there's something else. This one. For me, I've talked about the story of the teacher that thought I had autism. She ended up being right, I'm pretty sure I have it. Because I was doing things as a child that is not common for kids to do. Like my diamond fish. I hate that she was right, except she told my parents, and they did nothing about it. They just ignored her. Definitely, I can't believe they missed that. Had a teacher point it out, and they just ignored it. This one's funny. Just sharing fucking memes with you guys at this point. Pretty sure I have ADHD, but as a kid, my parents didn't get me diagnosed because meds cost money. Yeah. Does cost money. Better just suck it up. This one I thought was really being able to teleport must suck ass when you have ADHD. Why the fuck am I in Nevada? Teleports home, immediately remembers where they were going to Nevada. Fuck me. So many of these are just screen caps from Tumblr, I'm assuming. Also this one. Guys, I would bet. But back when I was a kid, they cured ADHD with an ass beating and a belt or a switch. Yeah. Unfortunately for ADHD brains, negative reinforcement is still a reason for us to not do the things that they don't want us to do. But quite often they will manifest in ways that that are not desirable to the people trying to fucking discipline them. You won't end up with your intended result. You'll just... there's a lot of things that'll end up reading. Anyone feel this? Don't invite me anywhere last minute. I enjoy doing nothing, so I need to know ahead of time if my plan to do nothing needs to be changed. Yeah. Please ask. And if I happen to be in a point where I'm doing nothing, but I actually am available, yeah, no, please plan ahead of time. I'm willing to do things spontaneously. I am willing. But at least give me a couple hours notice. I will not be able to do anything instantly. If anyone fucking comes to me and be like, alright, right now we're doing this, I'm gonna respond negatively. If you give me at least a couple hours, I am very willing to do almost anything. I was invited to go celebrate a cousin's birthday and didn't even have a place set. Oh my god. How are people so fucking unorganized? Okay, so this one's a long read. The way most autism literature describes literal interpretation is often not at all similar to how I experience it. Teenage me even thought I couldn't be autistic because I've always been able to learn metaphors easily. In fact, I love the wordplay of all kinds. Teenage me was fascinated to learn all the types of figurative language there are in poetry and literature. But paperwork and questionnaires are hard because there's so much they don't state clearly, or they don't leave enough room for nuance. List all jobs you've had with start and end dates. What if I don't remember the exact day or month? Is the year enough? Have you been suffering from blurred vision? Well, if I take off my glasses, the whole world is blurred, but I'm fairly sure that's not what the intake form at the optometrist is asking. Or the infamous and infuriating secret, would you rather go to a library or the party? What sort of party? Where? Who's there? Would I work at a library? And I currently at the library for work or pleasure. Does it have a good collection? Yeah, there's... I know what they're trying to ask, and I'm just gonna go on an assumption. But I'm not against parties if they're small scale and with people I trust. I am very, very literal, and even that's, you know, typical literal. This one is probably the most relatable, I feel. You think removing all the distractions will actually help, but no. I'm putting it on my head. Oh god, it's rotated now. Alright, well, whatever, it's slanted. You can still read that. If you get rid of every single distraction, I will still have a distraction as long as I fucking exist. As long as I have a brain, I have a distraction. I try to remove as many distractions out of my fucking view, and it's still not helpful. I'll be aware of my flesh. I'll be aware of the fact that I'm breathing. If you remove every single distraction away from me, I'll be aware of the feeling of clothes on my skin, and how the back of my hair is touching the back of my neck. Sorry if that made anyone else experience that. Oh, let me slow down. Let me slow down on sharing. Okay. Okay. This is the funniest one to me. All right. Waiting for the ads to finish. My wife used to do that to me. I would just respond, "Will there be bitches?" I prefer that there is a spot on the wall that if I twitch my eyes right will move. Yeah, that is also something. I understand. I relate heavily to that. Because I'm able to go cross-eyed. But only move just my right eye. And my right eye will move inwards. And I have no idea how I did that. As a kid, I had no idea that my eyes were going cross-eyed. I thought I just had the ability to force double vision. It turns out, yeah, that's called going cross-eyed. Which I don't think these models can actually represent. Yeah, I don't think it can. I don't think it can actually separate the eyes. But this image made me fucking laugh when I first saw it. Krabby! Oh my god, it has been fucking an eternity since I last saw you. How are you doing? But this picture is so fucking funny to me. Non-ADHD brains on stimulants, they go fucking party. Yeah, I'm ADHD posting. ADHD brains on stimulants is actually so fucking funny to me. I feel like after getting officially diagnosed, I feel like I've just been given permission to enjoy all the things that I used to not share. I used to see them and be like, oh yeah. A couple months back. 2 months back? Around about? Now I can actually share all this and not feel like I'm trying to appropriate a condition that I'm not sure I have. Because I have a huge problem with people self-diagnosing. I feel this one heavy. Two years ago yourself? The phase of just going through all the relatable ADHD posts? Yeah, no. I feel this one. This one. I feel this one. Okay, so let me show you the other side of this picture. I don't know what's in front of me, but whatever. It's covering my face, but I took psychic damage from this one. I hate this. I hate this, so I want to share it so you guys can hate it with me. Yeah? Yep. I hate everything about this. because that actually summarizes how I felt the entirety of my 20s. Which I am no longer in. I am not in my 20s anymore. But I like this one because it's relatable. Alright. Blip. Wow, I should have done this fucking ages ago. Use VTube Studio to fucking pop images on the screen? Am I fucking stupid? Why did I have to put everything into OBS? I'm actually stupid. The doctor told me they think I haven't gotten less ADHD with age, but rather gotten better at suppressing myself. Yes. There's two sides. You either get better at suppressing yourself, or it gets worse. For me, I just got by with whatever worked. And if it worked, it worked. ADHD has given me a lot of commitment issues, too, so... yeah. Mine definitely kind of got worse. The whole... this! Guys. What do you mean I'm supposed to lie? No, you're not supposed to lie. You're just supposed to present yourself so that it sounds like you match the criteria. I love this post so fucking much. Fucking... did you just have to embellish the truth a bit? This one. Does this scare you? You liked the teleporting one earlier? Yeah, the teleporting one's funny. Guys? This one scares me. This one genuinely scares me. Why did they blur out the user that wrote this anyway? Kind of fucked up. This is censorship. You like that quote, but then you decide to take it away from them? What the fuck? But, you know. I thought everyone had like an internal dialogue. Okay, let's see. ADHD posting, guys. This one genuinely pisses me off. This is the one that I actually genuinely pisses me off. But I especially feel like the introspection that gives the help is changing your life for the better. Sure is. It's helping me focus when I'm streaming. Because wrangling my thoughts when I'm not on medication is really fucking draining. So I don't end up being able to stream as long because my social battery gets drained really fast. 2 to 3 hours. 4 hours if it's like something has got my attention enough. But yeah, I'm medicated right now. And this has just happened to be the thing that I wanted to share. It's just the 3 hours I spent scrolling through this Twitter account. This one's so annoying. Why did you do it this way? Explains process and then get told I don't want your excuses. This shit fucking pisses me off. The fuck you mean excuse? I'm literally giving you an explanation. If you ask me for an explanation, I'm giving you an explanation. I'm not giving you fucking excuses. I hate this one. I fucking hate this one so fucking much. Cause it really is what the fuck is the difference of a reason versus an excuse? And then this one! Do you seriously think you're above the rules? The stupid ones, yeah. If you want me to follow the rules, you have to make sure they're not stupid. This isn't a difficult concept to grasp. If we don't understand why we have to follow a rule, I heard about this being a neurodiverse trait. Like I think it's autism that particularly has it. Just the whole, if a rule doesn't make sense, you have to explain why the rule exists, and it has to be not a dumb reason, and then we'll start following them. Because in fact, what's ends up happening is that we won't follow rules that we don't understand the purpose of. But if you explain it, and it's a good reason behind the rule, the difference is that we'll get annoyed if people don't follow them. Is that it? Is this the end of the rabbit hole? I think I found the end of the rabbit hole, guys. Alright, this is the last one. Oh wait, no, there's last two. Oh my god, this folder is gonna get... Alright. Me at the ADHD diagnosis appointment. Do you lose objects a lot? Like keys? Haha, no, never. Okay, well, I mean, I used to, but I got scolded for it. So now I check my pockets obsessively every day 3 minutes to see if I have everything with me. But I mean... I need to look through more of this stuff. I've been talking about ADHD for like almost non-stop for the past couple of months. And this is the end of the line. This is the end. This is the end of the line. This is the end of the things I saved. So unhelpful. I'm mentally ill and struggling to get the energy to do tasks that are necessary for my everyday life. Neurotypical. Have you considered taking on several time-consuming and tiring hobbies such as running, getting up at 5 a.m. to do yoga, making green smoothies with 20 ingredients every day? Excuse you. I can barely get out of bed in the morning. What the fuck do you mean? So any day that I actually have responsibilities, like if I have a stream scheduled on that day, I will get up. I'll just get up. As soon as my alarm rings, there's no snoozing. There's no snoozing. I used to snooze a lot, and snoozing's not bad. Not good. Not good. It's bad. It's bad for me. So I stopped doing it. And I realized that if I just only set it up and never snoozed my alarm, and I got up, I'd be too scared to go back to sleep. Because then I would miss whatever the fuck I had scheduled. So, yeah. Streaming has given me some good habits, but that's why I stream in the morning. Because I think it's better for me overall to be awake earlier. Even though I still sleep at around the same hours as I used to. The only difference is I'm not sleeping in until the afternoon. Which I still do on my days off. Because I will wake up at the usual time I get up for streaming. And then go back to sleep. I'll lay back down. Sometimes I'm awake, sometimes I actually manage to pass out again. I like sleep. Sleep is comfortable. I like my bed. My bed is very comfortable. It's a safe place. I will lay down. I'll use my iPad. I'll put on a video essay and watch like half of it and then roll over, close my eyes and listen and try to pass out. That will happen. But someone please explain. I asked this earlier, and I still can't really process this, because it's something I am currently experiencing. The ability to talk without forethought. Why have I gained this ability on medication? How does this make sense? How is this normal? Do people just talk without needing to think about what they're saying and then they just speak? Because if this is normal, oh my god, so much makes fucking sense. My question is, how is this possible? I'm having a bit of a fucking crisis. Because I noticed this while I'm medicated. I can just yap. And I'm not really thinking about, in advance, what I'm trying to talk about. But it's not like I'm not thinking about what I'm saying. I clearly am still thinking about what I'm saying. I'm just not experiencing the preparation of the sentences in my brain before I say them. I don't know how to like reconcile with this. It's fucking with my head so hard. The meds dull the hyperfocus? Is that what that is? I don't know if that's what that is. It's like it's made the inner monologue quiet to the point where I just don't even fucking hear it. Like I'm not experiencing the thought that comes before the action. It is just the action. I have the problem that I sometimes won't stop talking when I'm on meds. Funny that. If I take meds, it is very easy for me to keep talking and not shut the fuck up. Which, you'll find that it is a symptom that I welcome because I'm a streamer. And it is my job to sit here and fucking talk. And that is something I try to do normally. It was easier in the past. Got harder nowadays because there's a lot of fucking stuff going on up there. But the medications help focus me up and I'm able to talk how I would have talked provided that the conditions are right. But now, the difference is I don't have to wait for any fucking special conditions. The right conditions that actually make me talkative. I can just be talkative. But it's easier to remind myself to shut up than it is to go without, yeah. medication has helped me a lot. I haven't really noticed any side effects, any negative side effects so far on them, except for one time I ended up crashing when I went down when I came down for the medication after a stream. Also because I think I was thinking about something. It was a bit, I was already a little sad. So when I came off the meds, the ADHD symptoms came off really, really fiercely. And on top of that, the intrusive thoughts that were making me kind of sad got way fucking louder, and I ended up fucking getting into like a very depressive state. That happened once. Usually, I just feel like the potato after I come off the medication. I just feel like a potato. I just feel like I'm laying here. I'm sitting here. There's a lot of things I want to do. But now I don't want to do anything. I don't even want to breathe. Breathing is an action. I don't want to take actions right now. And it's not that I don't want to. It's a different feeling. It's a different than wanting it. The language behind it is a bit incorrect. Not that I don't want to, I'm just incapable of taking action on anything I want to do. Hey, don't stop breathing! No, I'm just using it as an example. It's not that I would actually stop breathing, okay? Just using an example of how extreme it can be. Of course, you're gonna still keep breathing, because, you know, kinda need that to live. Kinda need oxygen. Joke's on you, I'm always breathing manually. Yeah, I just don't get it. That's normal. Being able to think without forethought. Say think. Speak. Speak without forethought. Win69 was the actual first person to die in hardcore PoE 2. I must go bed, but it was nice checking in and hearing you about the same journey that meant a lot to me. Wish you the best. Thanks for dropping by, Krabby. It was good to see you. My ADHD journey has essentially just begun, so I'm just gonna be sharing it with you guys. There was a period of, hey guys, I think I might have ADHD. I need to get diagnosed. But it is extremely frustrating seeing the symptoms now for what they are. I went through that process. It was kind of frustrating. It was really frustrating because there was a lot of stuff I wanted to do and I just still couldn't do them. Except for streaming. Streaming is something I can do. Because I feel like I have an obligation. Obligation, responsibility to continue streaming. I'm glad we got you checked out. Why did no one in my life before this point decide to even say maybe you should get checked for ADHD? Why did I have to come to that realization myself? Well, I guess the only time that I would ever go get diagnosed is if I actually came to that realization myself. You know what my partner said to me? I've always suspected the entire time we've been together that you may have ADHD and autism. The autism I haven't gotten officially diagnosed, but it's not something that manifests in a way that brings me any trouble that I'm aware of. It may definitely affect my interpersonal relationships. You always gave me that feeling, just like Nessie does. I'm convinced Nessie has it. I have evidence of that. You're just like, yeah, I've always felt that way. Yeah, I don't know. I saw this post a long time ago that I didn't save, where it says, anyone that found they got diagnosed with ADHD after they were 20 and their 20s should get a redo on their life. Is a message I saw and I took psychic damage. I took psychic damage from that one. Genuinely took psychic damage. Same with the other one that talked about unmedicated ADHD. Is going to bed every day thinking tomorrow will be different. Tomorrow I'll be motivated. Tomorrow I'll do the things that I need to do. And then you wake up and realize you're in your 30s. That one hurt. Also psychic damage. There's a lot of stuff that I saw I took psychic damage on. Also, I find it really fun to describe things that hurt as psychic damage. You read something and you're like, wow, I fucking hate that. That's fucking awful. It makes me feel a certain way as psychic damage. I like that. It's funny. It's so funny how normalized it is in everyday speech. At least on the internet. To take psychic damage. You know who I thought about this? Who I think might actually have, because they've exhibited symptoms of it, and I think they might actually have it. But they haven't really been convinced to go get a diagnosis. He's Lele. I see symptoms, but they could mean anything because of how much overlap there is. There's something I really don't know what the experience is like. But people would be on medication, but for zooted to be an accurate description of what it makes their brain like. I don't think I've had that. I don't think I've had any medication that has really altered my personality or like the way my brain is. You know, turning the brain into soup. Although I have experienced sitting there, feeling like a potato and feeling like my brain is leaking out my ears. Just being so absolutely fucking fried. And I say fried to describe being mentally drained. Just taking so much mental fatigue that I'm just... Yep, it feels like my brain is leaking out my ears. And I am disassociating right now. I am currently trying not to change my real life first person experience into a third person experience. Being on medication has recontextualized so fucking much for me. So fucking much. Like, all my depressive symptoms have just gone down by so fucking much. I still have I still have anxiety, even while I'm on the medication. So I think I, unfortunately, just have anxiety in general. Some of the anxiety symptoms have gone down. Some, not all of them. but the depressive ones have gone down by a lot. So I don't think I actually had just straight up depression. I think it was definitely caused by the undiagnosed ADHD. That's one that I actually feel. So I'm thinking about how many people that potentially have had ADHD, but they only got, you know, diagnosed for depression or something. And what if they actually only have all those symptoms because of another major thing being unmanaged? It's such a mindfuck to me. It's a genuine mindfuck. Cause how do you know what's what when they can cause each other? Mental health is fucking messy, man. How are you supposed to know what's what? Like, did you know that the symptoms for PTSD and ADHD are all very similar? That apparently in some places they can't diagnose it, whether you're one or the other, because they share too much. That's something I found out at some point. And it's entirely possible to have both. That's some food for thought. Genuine food for thought. Yeah, I've been fucking going on about ADHD for an hour and a half. Would you guys like to talk about something else? I'm feeling a little self-conscious that I may be rambling a bit too long about something that not everyone can chime in on. And I am still overly conscious about repeating myself too much. But yes, that are humans. You know? If I've told the story before and end up telling it again, people don't mind. I don't mind when someone tells a story again. I will listen in. Maybe you forgot a detail last time. What an... You could actually genuinely watch my streams and fucking... If you're in psychology, write a paper on the brain of someone that was unmedicated and then the difference between them now and before. My brain could be studied. Generally could be studied. That's something I wish I could do. If I ever just was in a world where I don't not streaming, could do like research, get into the statistics side of psychology, studying brains and how they work, studying behaviors, behavioral studies. Yeah, there we go. That's the topic. I think that's the name of the field. Unless that's actually the name of something else. Wait, someone correct me if I'm on the wrong track, but is behavioral studies the study of human behaviors? Or is it specific labels like human behavioral studies? Because I find people watching extremely interesting. You look at someone and be like, well, you look at their life and you look at their, like, the way they walk. You can learn so much by the way people are. The way they walk, who they're walking with, the way they dress. Do they look like they're in a rush? And then you think about the narrative behind what exactly were they doing. I used to do that. I used to sit there, when I was younger at least. I used to sit in malls or even sit somewhere and just look at people and wonder what exactly is going on in their minds. Like, oh, that guy just dropped his hot dog. He's probably having an awful day. And then you get to learn how people respond to bad things happening. Teaches you a lot. I feel like you can explain a lot of things. You can look at that, which doesn't justify things, obviously. If someone's being a dick to someone, they're actually a dick. But you can analyze and try and understand why someone is being a dick. What happened to them? Who hurt them? Who hurt you? Why are you a dick? And sometimes it's as simple as too many people have been a dick to them, so now they're just doing what other people have done to them. And my brain will never be able to fathom someone that's just a dick for the sake of being a dick. That's a thing. It's me, sitting here, wondering about stuff. Give me a second. I'm going to rattle through my brain for a second to think about something that I find interesting. You know when you're walking around and you see signs? Have you ever noticed that sometimes when you're walking around, there are like little signs that point and you have to go into this little alleyway or a little hole in the wall where you normally wouldn't have looked or gone into, but because you notice a sign that says, oh hey, there's like a Japanese restaurant around a corner that you would never go through, and you just so happen to be hungry. And you know, yeah, you're in the mood for Japanese food, so you go and check it out, and you find it. But every other day you walk down there, you don't really see the sign, but the restaurant's still there. Have you thought about how hole in walls make business? Because they're in usually locations that are tucked away. You wouldn't find them normally because they're not on any normal walking paths. They're usually tucked away in some sort of dead end that you wouldn't find yourself going into. How do people find those restaurants? How do people like go out of their way on their walks to just explore? I think about all the restaurants that are just hidden away, little hidden gems that I haven't found yet. But the places I go to are all the same places almost all the time. That's another thing that I think is pretty interesting. People's restaurant habits or eating habits of where they go to. A lot of people will just go to the places that they've already found that they know they like. I do like trying new places. Sometimes, other times I would argue it's fate. Sometimes it is. Sometimes you end up in a bar in France and there just so happens to be an Amazonian French woman that just tells you that she's always wanted to fuck a cowboy, and then your life is set. That's it. That's your life path. And then you'll find out that many years later, you end up in a Twitch stream for a strange 2D creature when you were looking for hacks on the hack tag on Twitch. Sorry. I think your story is cool, Saul. I genuinely think your life story is really interesting. What a plot twist. All of that to end up here. Purely by chance, too. You ended up purely by chance. That really summarizes my life, is a lot of stuff that happened to me is purely by chance. That's what generally means for me to just go with the flow. I just go where the winds take me. Unfortunately, I'm not really able to impart much direction on it. And that's how I felt when I was on ADHD, not on ADHD, during, you know, the unmanaged ADHD, is that I felt like I genuinely didn't really have much control over my life. I didn't really have much influence on what I did. Like I'm an observer in my own life. To some degree at the very least. 6 years ago, I found VR chat. Hung out with people. Learned about a bunch of new different perspectives. Made some friends after not having like any friends for the longest time. Not true, I did have friends. But I was just kind of living day to day. And then people around me, in the VR chat community, in that environment, almost everyone around me was streaming. And I'm very likely to want to try something that people around me are doing. Even though I knew ahead of time that content creation and streaming and all that stuff is generally not something I would have done. Because I saw it for what it was. It did not look easy to me. And I don't know how people can look at content creators, YouTubers, and all that stuff and think to themselves, wow, that looks easy. You just play games on the internet. It's not that simple. It's genuinely not that simple. Me fucking turning on live, you can boil it down and try and simplify it. Me going live and talking for hours on end? Oh, you're just talking. Not everyone can do that. Not everyone can do that and talk into silence, because I'm not hearing anything in return. I'm reading messages, yeah, sure, right? But I can tell you that when I was trying to keep conversations going without medication, that was very, very hard to do. Except when I found streaming novel, which was back then, everything was novel. It was a very new experience, and it was easier to do. It was generally easier to do. But it was still draining. It was still very draining. Very mentally taxing. I can tell you that after streaming, a long day of stream where I don't want to do anything, there's one type of job that I would not mind doing. Anything to do with me needing to be kind of physical or just dealing with anything that's not to do with people. Like anything that doesn't require anything to do with social. Like, I don't know, stock shelves, doing inventory, all that stuff. You know, managing an inventory does sound interesting. I wouldn't mind doing that. Taking in stock, I don't know, count money, bookkeeping, all those jobs actually sound kind of thumbs up to me, as long as the social interaction is kept to a minimum. Like, I will communicate when it's important. Other than that, leave me to my work. That stuff. I feel like I could do all that after a stream. Because it takes a very different kind of energy. So conversely, it would mean that if I had a job like that, I would be able to stream afterwards. But if I did have a job, I would not be able to stream at this hour. I would not be able to have this time slot. Because I stream in the morning. 11 a.m. And when daylight savings ends, I'll be waking up an hour earlier. That might suck a bit. I can get away with sleeping later when daylight savings happens, but when it goes back, I'm gonna have to sleep earlier. About an hour earlier, at the very least. So I can't really sleep at 5 to 6 anymore. I'd have to sleep at, 5 to 4 at the latest when daylight savings ends. Just to make sure that I actually get the bare minimum of sleep that I need. I'm back. What did I miss? A bunch of ADHD memes. Yeah, but currently I'm talking about how most of my life was just kind of just going with where the winds take me. And it ended up taking me to VR chat. Met all my friends there. People around there streamed. Looked like it was enjoyable. So I asked them, you guys think I should stream? I asked every single one of them and to see what the opinions were like. And almost all of them were like, yeah, you should try it out. Every single one of them. And then one of them was just like, hey, do it if you want to. And I'm like, okay. And the one opinion that someone shared that pushed me over was, do it if you'd like to. But remember that if you don't like it, you can always stop. And that's the big one. That's the one I was like, you're so right. I should just try it then. So I started preparing. So I started like setting everything up to actually do my first stream. I just started gathering stuff and putting them all together. I still remember my first stream. I lost that stream. I don't have that stream because I didn't save it. Dumb of me not to save it, but I remember that first stream. I hopped on VR chat. Then I explored and hung out with friends, and that's all I did, just from my perspective. So that was a fun time back then. That was a fun time. I was very aware of something when I was streaming back then when I was mute. I would only ever really hang out with very specific people that I knew would be comfortable with being on stream. Like I would always hang around Lele back then. And then at some point I decided to just start doing my own thing in my own worlds and whatnot. Because there was one important thing that I was very, very conscious of that was kind of common for some of the mute streamers back then. Is streaming in a way where I'm not literally just a fucking camera. I was very, very conscious of that back then. Very, very conscious of trying to, not be boring. Because the reality is, if you're streaming and you're being just a camera and you don't talk, right? You obviously don't talk. You're not imparting any of your personality onto your stream. The thing that people are watching you for is not you at that point. They're watching you because your friends are entertaining. And I didn't want that. Hi, Smile! Yes, hello. But yeah, I'm thinking about the stuff back then. I think I did a good enough job doing what I did back then. I find it really interesting that even though I didn't speak when I did speak and how I spoke and the things I was interested in, it didn't seem out of place for anyone from my community. They all kind of just like, yep, this is exactly how we expected to be. So I guess I was pretty good at sharing exactly what my personality was like. Back then, when mutes genders on VR chat were ambiguous, when you have no fucking clue what they are. Consensus is with all of them were guys. It's really interesting to me that that Lele looked at me, and one day we were just kind of sitting there hanging out, and she just drops, Ko's definitely a girl. And I remember looking at her and being like, what the fuck? How'd she know? It's a core memory. I don't think I'll forget that because of how unexpected it was. In a place where you can almost safely assume 99% of the time that every fucking mute you come across is a dude. How did she know? And her answer was like, because you act like a regular fucking person. I'm like, I suppose. Like, my mannerisms and all that stuff were just normal. Like a normal person. I didn't think about that. But it's really funny. Because she's right. A lot of mutes that are guys that are using female avatars tend to... What the word am I thinking of? Not even overly, but like there is a bit of extraness to it of how feminine they act. And it's true. And I was just like, oh my god, that's a really interesting observation. So, you know. Not really had many instances of someone mute revealing and being a girl that I know of that streamed. I do know of some mutes that I met that were girls, but they didn't stream. That was so rare. That was so rare. And some of them are on the Argent, they're catfishing people. So, like, it is what it is. Ad break in 5 minutes! Well, guys, we've got 5 minutes before the ads play. So I'm just gonna keep yapping. Nothing's gonna change. But I might walk off. Probably get a drink. When the ads start. VR changed my life, guys. I love VR. It actually changed my life. Would be more accurate to say that VR chat changed my life. And now, from VR chat, I ended up here. Because I used my VR chat avatar back then to stream with. So, you know, VTubers sort of exist. Like, we had Kizuna Ai. And we had some before that, obviously. Like, I remember Irene. They were VTubers that actually predate Kizuna Ai. And they're really old. When the niche hobby was still extremely niche, then it was Kizuna Ai, and then they started doing live 2D based VTubers. Hololive started doing stuff. And that's when it started to take off. And then there was a bridge made when I think it was Koeko and Pikami. I know that's strange that I said Koeko, but I mean Koeko from Hololive, not me. They did a lot of bridging of the gap because they spoke English. And then they made an English branch. And that did really well. And then people started doing, the indie scene started popping off at that point. It started actually gaining momentum. And there was a period of time where I think it's like 2020-ish, where people would just watch you if you were a VTuber. So just being a VTuber during that period of time was all it took for people to come watch you. Because it was a new and very interesting. And now, VTubers are a dime a dozen. Trying to stand out when there are so many of them, then there's more every day. And then there's some of them that are just on Twitter. Go stream. Go do something. Go make videos on YouTube. Fucking do something except tweet. So that's there are tons, but when you find the right one, chef's kiss. Yeah. That's how it is on Twitch. You will find there's a streamer out there for everyone. There is a streamer out there that people will vibe with. And I like a lot of the popular indie VTubers. I actually do like a lot of them. That's a thing. Okay, can I make a comment about how much I fucking hate Twitter? I put effort into making that. Like, I genuinely put in effort to make that GIF. Because I had no idea how to make GIFs, so I looked it up. I looked up how to make GIFs, I opened up a video editor, and I exported it from the video editor as a GIF. Then I had to optimize it because it was too big. I put so much effort into it, and Twitter has shown it to no one. All the people that have seen it are my followers. And even then, I don't think all of them saw it. Like, it's this post has like a lot more likes than my usual posts, and it has only been seen by 114 people. And that is so evident of just algorithms just not favoring me because I don't post enough. Because of some arbitrary fucking AI. Go find this Twitter person, kick their ass. It's whatever. Yeah, it's not a big deal. It's generally not a big deal. As long as you guys enjoyed it, that matters for me. But I can see it. I can 100% see it. Why people go to Twitter and just get obsessed with the numbers. Because of how human brains work. Ad break started. I'm gonna finish my sentence though, because of how human brains work, number go up. Unfortunately, one of the things that can end up happening is tying your value to a number. Don't do that. Number go down even by a little bit, and your brain will go, something's wrong, I'm doing something wrong, I'm not relevant anymore, blah 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 blah. I'm gonna walk off while the ad's going. I'll be right back. Stand up, stretch, whatever, do what you ever need to. Back. 140-ounce margarita gone, 2 more to go, and they made them with love today. I'm gonna look at abs and not even share. Guys, can I share something with you? No, I'm not even really asking. I'm gonna share it anyway. But I'm gonna share something with you guys about how I feel about carbonated drinks. I don't really like it. Things that are just essentially all fizz. I fucking hate that shit. When something's too fizzy, it bothers me. I like it when there's like a tiny amount of fizz and not too much. When there's too much fizz, it's just... Maybe it's overstimulating, honestly. Maybe that's why I don't like fizzy drinks. Maybe they're fucking overstimulating. And I've heard people talk about how they will not drink flat soda because they think it's disgusting. But I'm fine with flat drinks. I'll drink them. How do you guys feel about it? I know some people might look at me and be like, what the fuck, Ko? Yeah, I won't make a habit out of drinking my soda flat, but I think I definitely prefer it. Half the time I will just drink it as is, because it's too much of a hassle for it to go flat. You know how long you have to wait for soda to go flat? But, if I have a bottle of soda, after I've drank a bit of it, one of the things I will actually end up doing is closing it again and shake it and then release some of the carbonation until it's at the point where I find it tolerable. Sometimes it's just too much. I don't get it. I don't get what the hype behind it is. Is it the sensation? I don't like it. I will drink them. I will drink fizzy drinks. In fact, I've actually been having soda recently. Takes me a while to go through. But I have the Pepsi Max, which has caffeine in it. I didn't realize that Pepsi Max had double the caffeine of regular Pepsi. That's really interesting to me. So no sugar, but double the caffeine. So, one of the things I have discovered in my many years of journeys on the internet, things I have learned, is that eating things with sweet, artificial sweetener can make our brains, trick our brains into thinking we're eating something sweet, but have the circumstance or consequence of making you actually want to crave something actually sweet, because your brain figures out somewhere down the line that, oh wait, we didn't actually get sugar. So your brain will operate like we had sugar, but then the brain will be like, wait a second, we don't actually have the energy that was intake. So, brain will go send signals to your body and just go, we need sugar. So apparently, depending on who you are, if you have a sweet tooth, artificial sweetener is more likely to go make you eat something sweet. Not everyone, right? Everyone's different. But I thought that was interesting. But the thing for me is, I don't like sweet things. More often than not, I avoid eating sweet stuff. So it doesn't matter to me if it's got artificial sweetener or not. I'm probably gonna opt for no sweetening. Period. That's such an interesting insight to how our brains work. Now, is it normal for people to like sweet things? I'd like to say it is, right? Most people like sugary stuff. How common is it for people to not like sweet stuff? You know, hang on, percentage of the world that has a sweet tooth? Countries which have a sweet tooth. Share the respondents with selected who said they consumed sweets and chocolates regularly. Russia, 56%. Ireland, 55%. Turkey, 54%. Germany, 53%. Belgium, 53%. United Kingdom, 51%. Italy, 43%. US, 41%. Then France at 38%. Japan at 35%. China at 25%. Kenya at 22%. South Korea at 15%? That was surprising considering how much sugar they put on literally fucking everything on their street foods. Sugar and corn. But I guess that might actually just be limited to actual sweet snacks. Interesting. That's actually really interesting. So I'd say a large portion of people actually like sweet stuff. Huh. Like, I don't even like eating cake. Like, I'll eat some cakes, chocolate cakes and whatnot. But if you make a chocolate cake and you put jam between the layers, I'm not gonna eat it. Cake itself is already really fucking sweet, and you've put jam in there, which is gonna make it more sweet. I would just get overwhelmed. There are two kinds of cake in the world. I like the other kind. But the cakes I actually do like are cheesecakes. And that's because it has a flavor profile that is not just sweet. I love cheesecakes. I'm not really even fussed what flavor it is. Love me a strawberry cheesecake. Love me fucking almost any type of fucking cheesecake. I'll eat it. First kind is baked. What about pie? I live in Australia. We don't have regular pies here, compared to America, where you guys have a lot of sweetened pies. We have meat pies. That's common here. The pies we eat here are savory. Yeah, no, sweet pies are not common here. We have savory pies. When you talk about a pie here, immediately people will think about meat pies. We don't think about, like, apple pies or anything like that. Not to say that we don't have them here. It's just when someone talks about pie, we're talking about meat pies. Same with New Zealand and Australia, and I believe the UK has something similar. I cannot verify that one, because I do not live in the UK. I would need someone that actually lives in the UK to chime in and be like, yeah, that's also true in the UK. But over here, a good nice pie is, you know, meat. There's mince in it. There's a mince and gravy inside that pie, and it's really good. Thumbs up. All of them are savory. And then we have pies that you eat like desserts. Remember they gave us Vegemite? I don't even mind Vegemite. I genuinely don't mind Vegemite, but there is a correct way to eat it. If you put too much on, I guess you just, I guess you want to die, I suppose. Hang on. Let me just give you guys a little diagram. It might be a bit blurred because it's been fucking over compressed and fucking how to eat Vegemite. You do not slather it on the toast like it was Nutella. Do not put that much Vegemite on. A lot of people eat Vegemite with that much on because they think that's how much you're supposed to put on. No. It's anywhere between the first two. Do not do the third unless you're a freak. Yeah, over time increase the amount of Vegemite, but never get insane. So what is Vegemite? It's made from yeast. Yeah, if you're pranking someone on Vegemite, you give them the third option. So it's made from yeast, and it's let me look at like specifically what it is. Vegemite. It is made from leftover brewer's yeast extract, and then they add various vegetables and spice additives. It is made from byproduct. So it's a brewer's yeast byproduct. And it's just a spread. It's savory. It's... well, it's leftover stuff that you can't really use anymore. So, Vegemite, the way it tastes, because it's got like a soy sauce type of taste. I think the best way I can describe it is very strong. Okay? So, let's see. Let me read it out. Vegemite has a strong flavor. It is salty, slightly bitter, malty, and has an umami flavor similar to beef bouillon because it is rich in glutamates. Low FODMAP, vegan, kosher, and halal. And being high in B vitamins. So, it's savory. It's... the best thing I can compare it to is kind of like soy sauce, but a little bit different. That's the best way I can describe Vegemite. So if you like soy sauce, you might like Vegemite. Do not expect it to be soy sauce. It is similar. But fuck Marmite. No one likes Marmite. Marmite shit. But yeah, that's Vegemite. That's what it tastes like. I never tried it until I was in my, like... when I was 19? I think I only tried Vegemite for the first time when I was 19. And... yeah, definitely don't put a lot. Like, I put, like, a little bit more than the third kind. What's the difference of them in flavor? Well, one is everything I described. The other one tastes like shit. That's the difference in flavor. If you're really curious, then you can get both and try it. I do not recommend Marmite. Some people swear by Marmite and they're freaks. Actual freaks. I should post that. But I won't. So that's Vegemite. Actually, not that bad. I thought they were one step worse. What's one step worse? Marmite? Oh, British. I don't actually have anything against my British compatriots. I am still, in fact, under the Commonwealth, but you know. Fucking Brits. Shut the fuck up, Smile. I swear to God, if your next thing you're gonna say is something to do with New Zealand, I'm gonna come down upon you like a fucking woman oh, French. Okay, that one's not in my field. I like the French, but not enough to defend them. Very much like the French. French are kind of bad. Fuck the French, brackets Quebec. Yeah, I have a bit of French influence in my upbringing, so. Weird, I know. But I got introduced to the concept of a croque-monsieur when I was young, so. Yeah. Give this man a medal. Is the Commonwealth actually real? Like, you guys don't have to listen. No, we don't have to listen to them, but we still are part of the Commonwealth. Like, we are given the independence to self-govern, but we are still associated with the Commonwealth. Unlike America, which swore, you know, are completely independent from the crown. Commonwealth is big. It is pretty big. And, you know, America ended up independent. I don't blame them. I genuinely don't blame them. I learned a little bit of that history and, yeah. The crown fucked up. What was the name of the king that was the one that fucked everything up? I learned about them during the Hamilton musical. I like that musical, honestly. Story of Alexander Hamilton. King George III. Yeah, didn't King George fuck shit up? So, you know, I don't know the actual context behind it. All I remember is I don't know the full context, but King George kept demanding shit from people that were in America. Well, in the United States. So, back when they were still under the... Yeah, so things just became more and more unreasonable. To the point where everyone said, fuck that, we're revolting. The Stamp Act? What's the Stamp Act? Main one was a taxation without representation? Yeah, there was a bit of stuff I learned about that through the musical. All I remember from that musical is Alexander Hamilton was kind of a badass. And isn't he like one of the founding fathers? Whoa, whoa, whoa. I don't think Americans are revolting. They are okay. Look, they revolted. That's why they're independent. Dude, Futurama. I want to actually talk about that right now. Revolting, the word. Futurama had such fucking clever fucking things. Like, remember the episode? The mutants are revolting? Clever. Clever. Took our time in the early and mid 1800s to find ourselves. The greatest country in the world, the land of the free, land of opportunity. Yep. Then we decided to beat the Spanish up and became a superpower. Do World War One and World War Two. Yeah. You know, America used to be a place where dreams came true. Used to. I feel so bad for the immigrants that moved there, that immigrated there with the promise of fulfilling the dreams and a better life. And there they are, barely able to make rent. Kinda sucks, huh? Lured by the gift of freedom. Hey Cody, you wanna know an interesting fact? Always. Genuinely and always. We are working that kind of. Oh? You guys know what the sound of that is? I have a stein with Pepsi Max in it. And I also have a metal straw. And I'm stirring it so it's less fizzy. And by that I mean in the most based way possible. The US Marines were founded before the country got its independence. The Marine Corps was founded in 1775. Okay. Okay. So you have the Marines, right? So you have the US Marines. Then you have the Seamen, the Navy. Then you have the Air Force. I remember trying to learn about this and the different words for how you of being what is it an airman? I don't actually know what the word is you use to describe someone from the Air Force. And then you have the US military, the army, the soldiers. I don't remember what they're called, infantry. Because that's different from the Marines, right? Like there were 4 different things that were related to the military. Marines, Navy, aka the Squids, the Chair Force, Army, Coast Guard, and Space Force. I forgot about the Space Force. So if I minus the Space Force, we'd have the Marine, Navy, the Coast Guard. Wait, so are the Marines the general troops? So US Marine is the infantry? No. No, that's the army. Sorry, I missed army. So no, wait, that's just the army. So what do you call people from the army? So if the US Marines are Marines, what are people that are in the army? What would you call them? Like, there has to be like a word for it that isn't just soldiers. Surely it's not just soldiers. Surely there's a special name for them, right? Grunts. Oh. Really? It's just that's like wow. I hate to say this, and this is absolutely not a jab or a fucking insult at them. It is just kind of unfortunate, all right, that just being called soldiers is very generic and kind of dripless. And I feel bad. I'm sorry. That doesn't take away from your services or anything like that if you've ever been part of the army and a soldier. But you have to agree that Marines just sounds cooler. Everything has a special name, right? Like a title that you would get. Like if you're a Marine, you're a Marine. And Marine's kind of cool. I don't know. I always thought it was interesting that you guys were called Marines and had nothing to do with the Navy. Air Force, Chair Force. Overall, Air Force related jokes center around how they are prima donnas with easier jobs than us and better amenities and funding. Okay. So, are Marines considered special forces, or is special forces its own thing? Or are special forces a branch of the Marines? I'm really not interested in war and all that stuff, but I am really interested in learning about just anything in general, because I'm very curious to just understand how it works. Whether or not I like it is a different story. I will learn about things I don't like. I don't like anything to do with hurting other people, but I understand its necessity and the privileges that I am afforded because of it. So I'll always acknowledge that. But Marines are usually the shock troops. Explain shock troops to me. What are shock troops? What are their purpose, and what does it exactly entail to mean? being a shock troops? Is it literally as literal as it is? Shock troops, like you're just there to shake things up when you get deployed? Like, what exactly does shock troop mean? I've never known. I have never known and never looked into it. The Marines are who you send to scare people, so the Marines can be sent in by order of the president without authorization from Congress. Oh, okay. Understand. I just realized you said under order of the president and the current president. Oh. Well. If it's a wider conflict, the president can get Congress to agree to send in more troops. Okay. You know, as a civilian, I think I get to actually talk about how concerned the current state of the world is. And how there is a bit of a resurgence in the creation of nuclear weaponry is what I've seen. I don't know how accurate that is, but I have heard about it. And that concerns me. And I really, really, genuinely hope that we never have to fucking use them. Really hope not. Nothing fucking scares me more than fucking mutually assured destruction. That one's a bit, you know, I don't want that to ever happen. You know, I don't want Fallout to happen. Or anything else that is set in a post fucking thing. I don't want nuclear winter to happen. I doubt it will because, you know, we are going to worry more about self-preservation. So even, you know, but fuck. You don't have to worry about it? Okay, tell me why. Why not? Is it not a concern when we have nuclear weaponry? A lot of nukes? Isn't it concerning that nukes went missing? That we never found? I say we, but you know, you guys in America never found. That one's scary. Nukes went missing. I lived during the time when we came within seconds of war. That taught us one thing. They are somewhere. They sure are somewhere. What did it teach you guys? That life is more important? Yeah! Genuinely. Oh, I feel that. Yeah, man. Yeah. No, mutually assured destruction definitely. It's just more of a scare tactic than anything. And it's one that every country has. Also, you can't extract oil from a nuke fest. Yeah, you're right. fucking really need. I need there to be a resurgence of fucking, not resurgence, a fucking influx of actual sustainable renewable energy. They taught you that because you lived through that time. Now think about the rest of us who didn't learn that lesson and just sitting here on egging the idiot at the helm. I really dislike how easy it is for people to not learn from history. Like, did you hear about that guy that got okay, there was someone that survived both of the nukes, the one in Nagasaki and the one in Hiroshima, that went, there's like, he retold his story and he went to his workplace to warn the bosses about if, you know, they see a bright flash to fucking get down and keep yourself safe and whatnot. And then they threw caution to the wind and called them a liar. How could they possibly have a weapon that powerful? I don't believe you. And he literally just lived through it, has all the injuries for it. And then it happened. The bright white flash happened moments before that moment. Moments after, sorry. Moments, like, even mere moments after he warned them about it. And then, you know, he survived and whatnot. And his superior was asking for his help, his boss. And because he was so frustrated at the fact that they didn't fucking heed his warnings and whatnot, that he just left him there. The world runs on posturing? Sure fucking does. That's why we are back in the trenches in the Eastern Europe 100 years later. Trench warfare's back, baby! You know, with how many games we've got nowadays, why can't we just, resolve our conflicts through virtual warfare where no one gets hurt? But as someone, I'm gonna sleep soundly knowing that no one is going to nuke. I'm glad you're as confident as you are in doing so. I'm glad you're as confident as you are. It isn't good for business. You're right. And war is a business after all. What a terrible fucking sentence. Yeah. That's just how things are, huh? If you've seen and fought in the Cold War, you would understand it better. I've seen aspects of the Cold War and how it's not really over. You don't have to apologize. You don't have to apologize for your generation. I raised you. If trench warfare was warfare, then nuke was war 2, then we're doing trench warfare now. What's going to happen in the next conflict? I also want to point out, I don't think nukes are going to happen. Yeah, no. I feel like they got better at hiding espionage. But also, with the internet age, it's a lot harder to hide shit. You know what COVID has taught me, guys? You know what 2020 and the rise of COVID spreading around the fucking world taught me? we're fucked. If there's ever a fucking disease that is as contagious as it is, that ends up, now, hear me out, doesn't kill people, but ends up making everyone with the population fucking sterile, we're fucked. As a species. Which is actually the plot of Utopia. But, we're actually fucked. We're actually fucked. If one of the symptoms of a very super contagious fucking disease is making humans sterile, it's over. That's all it fucking takes. Not one that fucking makes us die, because, you know, that's not good for, not Zootopia, Utopia. I believe it's called Utopia. The yellow show. Yeah, Utopia, and not at all the Netflix Utopia. The Utopia that was on the BBC? It's a UK show, Utopia. That show's actually good. I actually think it's good. Didn't get a third season. Very unfortunate. Good show, though. So, that is genuinely what I think will happen. People do not take pandemics seriously. And that is what COVID has taught me. Wanna know one of the greatest coincidences and conspiracy theories of all time? Always! What is it? But to continue what I was saying... yeah, COVID has taught me that we are absolutely boned. Absolutely fucking boned. Coincidences involving President Lincoln and Kennedy? Look it up, it's wild. No, wait, I need you to elaborate. Wait, coincidences involving Lincoln and Kennedy? The list of following coincidences that are commonly associated with the conspiracy, some of which are not true statements. Lincoln and Kennedy both have 7 letters. Both were presidents elected to the Congress in 46 and later into the presidency in 60. Both assassins, John Wilkes Booth and Lee Harvey Oswald, were born in 39 and known by their 3 names composed of 15 letters. Booth ran from a theater and was caught in a warehouse. Oswald ran from a warehouse and was caught in a theater. The assassins were both Southerners. Both of the president's successors were Democrats named Johnson with 6-letter first names and born in 08. Both Lincoln and Kennedy were particularly concerned with civil rights and made their views strongly known. Both presidents were shot in the head on a Friday and in the presence of their wives. Lincoln had a secretary named Kennedy who told him not to go to the Ford's Theater. Kennedy had a secretary named Evelyn Lincoln. She warned him not to go to Dallas. Both Oswald and Booth were killed before they could be put on trial. Dude, this is just a lot of coincidences. Oh, false assumptions. Although President Kennedy had a secretary named Lincoln, President Lincoln did not have a secretary named Kennedy. Lincoln's secretaries were John G. Nicolay and John M. Hay. Booth ran from the theater and was caught in a warehouse. Oswald ran the warehouse and was caught in the theater. Booth did run from Ford's Theater where he shot Lincoln, but he was caught in a barn in Virginia, not a warehouse. Oswald fled from the Texas School Book Depository, which was a warehouse where Oswald worked from when he had shot Kennedy. Oswald was arrested in a movie theater. both assassins born in 39. Oswald was born in 39, but Booth was born in 38. Both presidents were assassinated by Southerners. Oswald was born in New Orleans, but Booth, a Confederate Southern sympathizer, were born in Maryland, a Union state. Okay. Interesting. What a strange thing. Very, very, very interesting. You know, one of the conspiracies I know of, and it's so funny to me. The moon landing was faked. They're so convinced. The people that believe the moon landing was faked are so convinced that they have the silver bullet, that there are ripples in the flag and you wouldn't get wind on the moon. And I'm just like, you do realize that the very act of putting down the flag would actually give you the ripples that you're looking at. Another one is the government pretty much admitted to killing MLK. Really? He had a dream, you know? I wish to someday have a dream. What's the name of the woman that she's really famous, who wouldn't give up her seat? What was her name? The woman that wouldn't give up her seat for a white man or something, I believe. That's how it went. Rosa Parks! Yeah. That is who that is, yeah. Honestly based. Rosa Parks was an extremely based woman. So based. And isn't she like one of the big factors in getting the laws changed? I don't know how big of an impact she had, like, actually, on the litigation side of things. But she is very, very, very notable for that event. She was a big part of it. I don't know how much of a part of it, because obviously public sentiment was already shifting, I suppose. Yeah. Kind of like sad that racism is still kind of rampant. And being someone that's actually experienced it it's kind of wild. Yeah, I don't really care what the fuck color of your skin is. I don't care. I can I can either hate or like you, depending on who you are, personality-wise, not by the color of your skin. I can hate everyone equally. Yeah, to keep it short, MLK's family thought the excuses police said didn't make any sense, so they investigated into it and brought it to court because of how much evidence they found. The judge had to pay the family. Might have messed the story up a bit. Okay. Sorry, that sentence that I said earlier was not that, good. I can also like everyone equally. But by default, if I haven't met you yet, there's a good chance I probably dislike you. Until I meet you. Until I meet you, you are part of the masses. It's only after I meet you that you become an individual. When you're a part of the unknown and I do not know who you are, you could have all the things that I dislike in the average person. So it's very much possible that if I met every single person in the world, that I would like fucking 50% of them. I'm making up a number here. But I am sure there's a bunch of people that I won't like and a bunch of people I'll like a lot. Because reality is you can't get along with everyone. But I would much rather have people that actually have differing opinions and willing to share their insights and disagree in a civil way. I dislike living in echo chambers. Which is what our internet has become. We're filled. It's just echo chambers everywhere. Just echo chambers. Today is Saturday. I think I have something planned for tomorrow. Just realized I had something planned for tomorrow, and hopefully, I remember. But yeah, I have something planned for tomorrow, and I will be getting in VR. So, you know, you get to experience a stream that isn't just me sitting here fucking yapping. Although, I will still be yapping. Only difference will be I'll be in VR. And yapping in VR. Tomorrow I am going to be exploring VR chat. But we love the 2D yapping. What's wrong with 3D yapping? I'd like to be able to use my 3D model, but I'm going to be patient about it. I am not in a rush. Not in a rush at all. Not even slightly in a rush. You know, I feel like I can actually post this. Maybe I do this. Maybe I give in to the trends and share my opinion. Because this is something that's pretty fucking important that everyone needs to know when they get into content creation, that it is a marathon and not a sprint. Take your fucking time. Do not rush. Don't take shortcuts. The most important thing is just to stick with it if you actually like doing it. If you want to get something from it, doesn't matter what, stick with it. That doesn't guarantee you anything. Sticking with it doesn't guarantee you anything. But sticking with it Will does guarantee the fact that if something did happen, you would be there to reap the benefits. Whereas if you stopped, yeah, you wouldn't see it at all. Not that it guarantees something would happen. You know, I get so weirdly literal, like I have to fucking explain a sentence. That is something that I have a habit of doing, making sure that there's no room for ambiguity of what I'm saying. And it doesn't matter, because someone will read it and fucking, or not read it, and just decide they've got an argument. They got a bone to pick with you because they misread it. You know, that's a thing. I saw someone had a bone to pick with someone that was agreeing with them. Because they didn't read. People don't fucking read nowadays. They just fucking assume that if someone's responding to something that they've already decided before they've even read it that they're disagreeing and they have to fucking argue. Come on, man. Oh, ads starting. Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Be right back. Ugh. Alright, I am back. Hello. Hello, have returned. And time for more crocodile shenanigans. Where was I? What was I talking about before I left? I think I was talking about stream and how it's... I am very much at peace with what I'm doing. And I am enjoying what I am doing. As it is. As it stands. I very much enjoy what I do. And you know, it's really weird to me how much my mental health has just kind of improved. To the point where if someone asks me how I'm doing, my response has gone from just saying fine, alright, to actually saying stuff like, yeah, good, pretty good. I think that's neat. I actually genuinely think that's neat. That I actually get to say that. I need to write down some of my thoughts. I think I might want to spend a day just to write a bunch of stuff down. And then see whether or not I can formulate any of them into something useful and tangible that I can do. Just throw it out there into the wild and just have it there. So, what that means is, what that actually means is, and I've been saying about this a lot, I've been talking about this a lot, on my non-stream days, it won't necessarily be a day off. Because currently I have 2 days off a week. I think I'm fine to essentially transition over at some point to make only one of those days an actual fucking don't do any work day. And for the other one to actually try and do something productive with my time. Instead of just winding down. Because if I don't do this, over time I'm going to start getting agitated that I'm not moving. Currently I'm okay. That part of my brain is kind of sated by the fact that I am streaming, but I know that's not going to be enough at some point. So, one of two things has to happen there. Either I add another day of stream, which doesn't seem like a good idea. Or I do stuff off stream. So it's probably better for me to choose the option of just doing offline content. Which I haven't really explored, so it's kind of daunting, but also new and sort of exciting. Every day I've been like thinking about it. So I guess when I do finally get around to it, you can look forward to it. I'm just gonna take it slow. That is something I need to remind myself, that I should be okay with taking it slow and not rushing. Because if I set myself any type of fucking timeline of trying to do things before X time, I'm going to end up really upset if I don't meet them. So, one of the goals I will set for myself next year is reaching 10k followers on Twitch. That's a lot. So that would be nice. That would actually be nice to do. One of the things that people don't understand, for people outside looking in, when they look at people's follower counts and see that, oh my god, you have so many followers, but why don't you have anyone watching you? Because followers does not equate to viewership. How close am I to 7k? Okay, my exact follower count right now is 6,384. I'm not sure if that's viewable on my Twitch channel. Let me check. Yeah, it says 6.4k. So I'm about a little bit more than 600 away from getting to 7k. I have been at this 6k area for a very long time. Like, let me actually look myself up on, like, Salt Gnome. My followers. gain and lose followers. Let's see, over a year, I'd say. I started this year with 6,000. I guess this was like a bunch of bot accounts or something. Because I went from 6,486 to 6,320 sometime in October. So how long exactly have I been around 6,000? Oh, here we go. In a lot of followers when I first started, and now it's just kind of like plateaued. Yeah, okay. So that's how I would describe how my follower growth is. It's sort of essentially plateaued. That's on me for not, you know, putting myself out there as much as, you know, I should be. But I've never really cared about my follower count. It's just kind of like a lofty goal for the community. Things I do care about is, unironically, the Plus program. Because I know how much that little bit of extra percent would actually help go towards the stream. Because it goes from my revenue split would go from 50% to 60%. And 60% is actually a pretty sizable chunk, honestly. 60% extra from everything is actually a decent amount. So that's level 1. And if you manage to get to level 2, that puts you on 70-30. And if you get to those numbers, I did some research into this. If you get to those numbers, you are at the minimum, will stay on that level for a year before it goes down to whatever your level is actually. So you're guaranteed at least a year if you meet the requirements. What are the requirements? 3 months of 100 partner plus points. And the way that works, the Plus program, is points are based off of individual subs. That's how that works. Not gifted. It's based on the amount of people subscribe to you. So for simplicity's sake, you need 100 people sub to you and to stay sub to you for 3 months, and then you're eligible for the first level of Partner Plus. After that, you need 300 subs to hit level 2, and level 2 is when you get the highest cut, which is 70% of the revenue. Now, tier 2 subs are worth 2 points, and tier 3 subs are worth 6. Yeah, so they have to be recurring paid subs. Yeah, currently, I am at... Well, for this month, we're at 7 points because it goes up over time. Don't do that. Don't make 300 counts. Mind you, the way that works is each one of them has to be subscribed. That's money. That's a lot of money. Don't do that. Don't try to cheat the system or anything for me. Don't do that. But currently, for the past 3 months, okay, so for September, October, November, I had 39 out of 100, 35 out of 100, 36 out of 100. So I'm like a third of the way. So it is still a reasonable amount of time away. It still blows my mind that my highest amount of subs I've ever had is in the thousands. That was a different time. Don't worry, Cole, it'll be easy to convince gators to follow you. What do you mean, gators? Okay, let me check my emotes real quick so I can check the sub points. So when's my next unlock? 1,100. So at 1,100 sub points, we will unlock another animated emote slot. However, we don't actually need slots right now. I have too many to fill. I genuinely have too many to fill. I've got 12 emote slots left, standard emotes, and then I've got way too many animated slots. I've just got what I've got, and my emotes aren't as good as they used to be, mostly because I'm lacking the variety my old emotes had. But you know, I'll get them. I'll get them eventually. I just wish everything wasn't so expensive. If only I was able to do my own emotes and draw. A skill that I have never thingy. That can be fixed, Ko? What? How expensive they are? Hey man, I do what I do, and any money I make is off the generosity of the people in my community. I won't ever forget that. And it's not, I don't take that for granted either. Because at the end of the day, it's optional. You don't actually have to. Friendship subs and gunboat diplomacy. Takes a long time to grow doing what I'm doing. Very, very long time. Because I don't collab. I don't make YouTube videos. I don't do anything except stream. I don't even tell people I'm live on the platforms that I'm on. Only place that I ever tell people I'm live on is on Discord. Yeah, no, definitely small steps. I may have been doing this for 6 years, but you know, it's fine for me to take it slow now. I have a much healthier way of looking at my content. Much, much healthier way. I'm not gonna make any arbitrary resolutions for next year. The only thing is, like, I don't know, some arbitrary goal is just 10k on Twitch for 2025. Whether or not I reach it is another thing. 2025 is just gonna year of just... I'm gonna give myself a theme for next year. And that one is pushing my comfort zone and trying to make it larger. Expanding my horizons. I've also sort of been doing it this year, but I'm gonna try and make an effort to do more of that next year. Just a year of being productive. Whatever that means. It's vague. So I don't have your New Year's resolutions. Resolutions is a good way to make yourself sad when you don't meet them. Just, you know, make it like sort of vague and not too concrete, and that'll probably be the best way to live a year. One simple resolution. What would that be? To still be able to hold my bladder in public. 2025, as Sol puts it, the year of gunboat diplomacy. What exactly is gunboat diplomacy? What does that entail? Just having a big gunboat and people listening to you because you have a big gunboat? Is that what it entails? I have a question for you guys. Have you guys ever wondered what this sound is? That you might hear from time to time? Dear sir or madam, have you heard about our Lord and Savior Ko the Croc? No, and you don't want to. So I'm sorry, have you met Comrade Boat? Edsel, how many vets do you think are convinced to watch Ko? Probably not many. I'm going to argue probably not many. I may have like 3 vets in my chat. No, 4 that I know of. Three of them young. Okay, we'll go with option B. What's option B? Oh, my cat's behind me. I'm sure the ones in retirement homes would appreciate you. Would they? It's a different generation. I think Sol is rare. To be open-minded enough to be... I'm not sure how open-minded those would be to seeing some weird gay fucking Australian... I don't fucking know what political fucking ideologies I have. I don't even know what about me that you guys even stick around for. That part's a mystery to me. All I know is I'm doing something right. And that's why you guys are here. Hi, Koyubi. How you doing? Yeah, I genuinely have no fucking idea why people fucking listen to what I have to say. Y'all just here. And I have no idea where I got y'all from. No, I know you've said several times why, but I don't understand. I get how you got here. I get people liking things I say. I just don't know why you like the things I say. What, you know, things you come back to the stream for is just to hear me yap. I don't know, you like my voice, I guess. People say that you like my voice and just why they come back. Understandable, I suppose. That makes sense. I stay in a lot of streams because I like people's voices. Sometimes it really is that simple. You ever find something and it just clicks? Yeah, I kind of understand what that's like. What I don't understand is why it's me. I will never understand. No matter how big I get. Or small. Go in either direction, you know. We never know what the future will hold. What will be, you know? Que sera, sera, and such. I actually really like that song. You guys know the song, right? Que sera, sera? You know, que sera, sera. Whatever will be, will be. The future's not ours to see. I really like that one. Thursday. Girl, I asked my mother, what will I be? Do you have to question why people like you? You're very cool. I question everything. All this time you're watching me, you have to understand that I question literally fucking everything. You have noticed this, right? I genuinely question everything. And it's only curiosity, really. And the want to understand the world around me. Which comes with the consequence. If you like actually understanding the world around you and asking the questions that come from it, things you learn generally bring more questions. It's infinite. It's exponential, even. The more you know, the less you know. And the balance is not like it ever shrinks. The amount of things we don't know exponentially grows larger the more we know. The more you know, the more you don't know. That is such a very important statement that I have lived my entire life on. I know what I know. And I know there's a lot more to know. It is never ending. It is not until you glimpse into the abyss that is just the knowledge that we've had and accrued over the many years of our lifespan as a species that you see just how far the rabbit hole goes. You know? So I appreciate you guys think I'm cool. I just thought of how you can get to 10k followers in Partner Plus. Yeah, what's that? I think I know what steps I need to take. I'm just gonna take my time doing them. I'm content taking things slower. I'm way more likely to stick with it if I take it slower. You could take over New Zealand? Why would I do that? That's why we need to go. That sounds like a lot of work, and I don't want to. And why specifically New Zealand? Is it because I'm from there? I don't even live there. I don't even live there anymore. Why specifically New Zealand? Kiwis have no natural predators. That's what we come in. Yeah, why wouldn't anyone want to take over New Zealand? Sorry, why wouldn't anyone want to take over New Zealand? I know many reasons why you wouldn't want to take over New Zealand. That's just not something I do. You don't take over people's minds by force. That's not how you change minds. You understand? In order to create a loyal following, yeah, don't do it by force. I heard they are anti-hack. I meant would. I can't type. I'm aware what you meant. I'm just picking on your typo. So strange to me how my hobby of reading can actually extend and have changed to the way where I like reading a chat. Whatever you guys say next is unexpected. You guys could type anything in the fucking world next. Always waiting in anticipation of what stuff you guys will end up cooking up. Could say anything in response to the stuff I'm saying. Usually it's within the realms of, you know, predictability. Because usually there's a context and a conversation and a thing that's being replied to. So usually it's like, yeah. How about some co-merch? That can wait. I will eventually have merch. Yes, that's a thing that will happen. But right now, no. Yeah, like right now, no. A coat tie with my suits? What would one of a coat tie even look like? It'd have to be a hostile takeover. Ah. I am weirdly practical with my things I do. That is not something within my power to do. Not within my power. Tell you what is within my power. Going live. Come on, it'll be fun. I don't want to take over a country. Hostile, non-hostile or not. That is not something I want. Taking over a country is so much fucking effort. So much work. Things that I do not like. Do not put me in a position of power. Whilst I acknowledge that being a streamer, you are put in a position of power, it is not one that I particularly mind, because it's your choice whether or not you want to be here. So I actually acknowledge it, that streamers are in what you would call a position of power. Just remember, when you make it big, you need an old man to Morgan Freeman to explain stuff. I got you. I have to say, one of the things I really don't care about is the making it big, which is very counterintuitive. Like, very counterintuitive to being a streamer. Also, I tweeted this the other day, but have you ever thought about the urge to want to be a zombie extra in a zombie movie? It's a bit of a non sequitur, but I'm thinking about this right now. I can also explain how I got there. But have you thought about it? Wanting to be a zombie extra in a movie? Wouldn't that be fun? Wouldn't that be so much fun? I would love to be a zombie extra. You stay away from that thought? What, being a zombie extra in a zombie movie? Why is that? Why do you stay away from that thought? What's wrong with being a zombie extra? I don't want to be shot. It's just in a movie. Considering my generation is one pill away from being a real life zombie. Okay, that's a bit real. Oh. You made me think about the medication they use in asylums. I wonder if it's similar medication that they use The medication that they use to keep people docile in asylums, is that similar medication they use on old folks? Is that a thing? Are they similar medications? Oh my god. That's awful. Why? Why are they giving medication to make them docile and kind of basically zombies? Just a lower dose? Why? What am I smelling? The fuck? Oh, I see. It's food. The homes are short staffed, they can't afford to let people run around. Oh god, so knowledge I wish I could unknow. But it is there, and I know it, and now I'm going to acknowledge that this is a fact, but I wish I was blissfully unaware. Yeah, no, I came to that connection purely by you saying they're one pill away from being a real zombie, and I thought about it for a second. I was like, wait a second. Is that the same shit that they give to people in asylums? And that is awful. Fuck me. No, I understand. No, it makes sense. It makes sense, but it's shitty. It's shitty. It's really shitty. That is really fucking shitty. That's why I fight it with everything I have left. Do you, like, not take it? Or do you just not have to take it? What's going on there? Meanwhile, I'm about to take the opposite of that. The opposite of medication that makes me docile. It's medication that makes me capable. So excuse me while I take another dose of a stimulant. Yeah, no, okay. The nurses want me to take it since I have, in quotes, violent traits that make me go against the advice of my doctors. So violent, such as... What are these quote-unquote violent traits? The trick is to have a mental evaluation that says, I sane. I understand. Violent can be anything. Of course it can. Of course it fucking can. Saying no to food meds is violent. So what is your living situation like? So you're in a retirement home? Like what exactly is that? Is there an alternative? Or is there like a can't be bothered? Can't be bothered with the alternative going on? It's a senior community. So not a retirement home. It's a different, right? Senior community. Or is that just a fancy word? It's fancy... Not really a difference? Okay, so it's just a fancy way of saying retirement home. The old folks' home, so as I've heard people refer to it. how practical is it to actually live in not a retirement home for the seniors? Like, what's the practicality behind it? And when I'm asking, I mean like asking for in terms of a living on your own type deal. So if a house in the community and the nurses stay in the main building, so they regularly visit the house. So you have your own house in the community. So it's different from like a single building with many rooms type of retirement home. So it's a retirement community. So it's larger scale. Every 4 hours? Ah, God, I would hate that. I'd like my privacy, thanks. Every 4 hours sounds so annoying. So what exactly would be the alternative? Living in a non-community and on your own? Is that more expensive? Yeah, no, I'm thinking about this. Alternative is being put in one of the actual homes with a small room. That sounds miserable. Sounds worse, actually. But you're actually in, like, an actual house. Okay. Learning a bit about all this stuff. Okay, 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 okay. I get it. I understand. Yeah. Alright. Most doctors advise people to put their elders in these homes as they age. Or unless you hit 65 and you're fucked. Hmm. And I see. You know anyone that's living in their own places that have refused to go into that? It's really easy for your kids to get control of your medical and life choices. Seriously? What the fuck? That is utterly baffling to me. I did, and as soon as they had a fall, their kids took over everything and off to the home they went. You know, they say the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Don't like that. Oh, it's not good intentions even, okay? You're not even hiding that, huh? It's a glorified death camp. Not pleasant imagery, honestly. But, it is what it is, right? My parents are going on in years. They're around about that now. Yeah, my parents are retirement age now. Genuinely just in retirement age. So I'm just gonna enjoy what I have? Yeah! No, I understand. I fully understand. Get it. I help you continue getting to do what you like and what you enjoy. Plus, my doctors are wise about that kind of crap. What does that mean, wise about that kind of crap? They help me keep control of my life? Oh. So your doctors are actually helping you actually keep control and not let people other take over. Okay. I don't think he needs that. I don't think he lives in a prison. I don't think that's what that is. They refuse to allow my kids to take over from me? Thank fuck. Because God knows what would happen. Like, not even God knows. We basically do know what would happen if kids get to take over your decisions. And that's merely mostly because of a statement you made in the past. About them asking you to invest. In quotations. Now you understand why I call my kids shits? I think I understood for a while now. I just don't know, like, the full extent of it. God. Now that I think about it. That is like... So there's like about... You know, actually, fun fact. My dad is actually relatively close to you in age. I think he's younger by a couple of years. Because my mom was in her 30s when she had me. And my dad is older than my mom by however many years. I don't actually remember. At some point when you're ready, I'll have to just spill all the tea. Oh, man! What determines whether or not I'm ready? Because I am always welcome to learn about people's life stories. I'm always here to listen for that. But maybe not today. Maybe some other day. Maybe if you, like, put it in a little document and just send it to me and then I can just look through it. Depends on how good your gut is. Pretty good, honestly. I am rather abnormal. We can skip now, honestly. I have a reasonably good idea of what Nam entails. Not pleasant stuff happened in Nam. I know. I've actually been taught about the history of the war in Vietnam. Not pleasant. That, and I learned that people are surprised that people in Vietnam don't call it the Vietnam War. Also, there's a reason why I don't call it the Vietnam War. It's the war in Vietnam, not the Vietnam War. actually was surprising to me that people didn't actually realize that people in Vietnam would not actually call it the Vietnam War. Like, why would they call it that? Like, they were actually surprised when they learned that they call it the American War there. But yeah, no. But everything else, like I'm pretty sure I can stomach a lot. I'll probably have reactions to reading it, but if you're actually interested in sharing it, probably better to share it in a way that doesn't require you to break it up into multiple different sentences. So if you ever decide to like write it down in like a document, then I can read it. That's your call. I'm willing to learn about my viewers' lives. At least while it's still manageable, okay? So I am cherishing every single moment I have right now when I'm able to talk to you guys on essentially an individual level. For everyone here, right now, that I'm able to talk to, I'm able to get to know you guys a little bit better. While it is feasible and practical for me to actually do so, there's a threshold for most streamers in their communities where that becomes impractical. So I'm going to cherish and enjoy these moments as long as I can. And it'll be pretty easy to do if I just decide to not do anything beneficial and do everything on the opposite side of the things. Then I could actually keep this. But so back to getting code to 10K. It's like something like 3,000 something followers. 3,000 plus followers. That's a reasonable amount of people following to get there. I don't think I'd be able to get there. Like, I haven't even moved much this year. I plateaued in the 6Ks. And whoever's here is whoever's here. I have noticed something though. After changing up my schedule, my streams seem to be doing a little bit better. But what I've noticed is mostly because I'm taking advantage of the weekend where people are actually free. So that actually helps. I actually enjoy whatever the fuck schedule I've got. You know what's fun? When you see streamers you like on Twitch, and you find them when they're relatively small. And just keep watching them, and you keep keeping an eye on them, and then you watch them grow. It's really neat for me to see someone I used to like watch that would get anywhere from like 50 to 100 viewers to nowadays pulling in thousands. It's really cool to see. It's really, really cool to see. I like that. A lot of them work very hard to get to where they are. Like, actually everyone works really hard to get to where they are. And it's work that people don't see. Viewers don't actually get to really see a lot of the hard work that streamers put in. I said though! Are you late or have you been lurking? Don't worry, I'm not actually fucking judging you for being late or whatever. It's just very noticeable when you're not here. Because you're usually at. Most of the VTubers I follow are small, and it's really fun to be around the community and watch them grow. Yeah. I, who do the bare minimum, will not grow very fast. But yeah, how was your day at work, huh? I forgot what you did. Was groceries? Grocery store work? My cat, she's like relaxing behind me. Yeah, there's like a handful. I don't even know a handful. A couple of smaller VTubers that I don't. Not that I don't. That I actually lurk in. And there's something I have to acknowledge. Yeah, I think I actually have to acknowledge this. I had around 250 when I fell, and I know, and now she's at 2K. Nice. I started with a couple hundred followers, no, like 100. I think I started before I streamed, mostly because I was around during the VR chat time. So I started off pretty blessed, honestly. I just saw something on my Twitter. Hot take, making it into the VTuber Creator Club is not an accomplishment. Twitch staff had literally said that anyone being a VTuber can join. Plus being an affiliate and 18+. I love celebrating people's accomplishments. This one literally just joining a club. Can we celebrate actual accomplishments? Why are we shitting on people for being excited of joining a club? What the fuck, man? Why are we shitting on people for being happy about something? Fuck off. I got into it. I already told you guys about it. There's a lot of people encouraging people to apply for front page. And that is a thing that I have had access to, guys. I've had access to this for a while, being able to apply for front page, but I've never applied. One, I've never had any plans that I felt worth applying to the front page for, and two, obviously, the very, 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 very obvious one is the fact that I don't like attention like that. That spooks me, being put on the front page. Don't like that. I don't really want front page time. Which is something that I will have to eventually reconcile with and bite the bullet on. There's only 2 clubs I shit on people joining. Yeah, what are those? Yeah, I don't have anything. The Navy and the Air Force. Looks at the Air Force boy. I find it really funny that the chair force is actually a thing. Hey, I also shit on the Air Force, but at least my knees still work. I bet you put lotion on those hands. Hey, what's wrong with the dude fucking putting lotion on the hands and taking care of his skin, alright? I think it's an attractive quality for dudes to take care of themselves like that. Here we go again. Jesus Jesus Christ. Now that there's no Navy for you guys to join in on. Hi, Val. I'm a happy crayon-eating water grunt, good sir. Hey, hey! Hello, Val, again. Ah! Cat, what? Dude, the amount of times while I'm middle of streaming, my cat will actually just poke me in the side to get my attention. Like, it's so funny. She's like, stop paying attention to your chat and pay attention to your cat. My military ambitions was going to one of two ways. The most cushy branch or straight into the Marines and no in between. Respect. And then you ended up being a serviceman. You ended up being a chef. And if the chef has to see action, then, you know, like you said, something's gone very wrong. Got two songs from Gemini Syndrome I'd like to pop into your server and leave for you. Hope you like metal with a bit of venom. Not sure what that means, but yeah. I did go into the Air Force and I don't regret it, but I would be way more built if I went into the Marines. Is that due to the training? Fun fact about the Marines, even the chef is a trained rifleman. Is that not the same for the Air Force? From what I can tell, Sentho was also trained to use a gun, a rifle, right? No? Pretty sure, right? Pretty sure everyone that's in anything to do with the Marines or military, no matter what department you're in, is going to be trained to use a rifle. No? Is that not a safe assumption? Yeah, but the Marine chef will take shots at you while cooking steaks. Oh, so that's a difference. Less of an expectation than more of a formality. Got it. Got it. Mad respect for people in the military sector that cook. Mad respect for anyone in the hospitality hospitality side in when they do service. In the Marines, it's not an expectation, it's a reality. Okay, got it. Understand. Like, our intel guys are concrete buildings with no windows. Most of them can't shoot for shit and aren't really expected to. But in the Marines, you would be expected to. So that's the main difference, huh? I see what you mean by cushy branch. You know, I used to see ads for this all the time, and you still do. You still do. You actually still do see these ads. Joining the Australia Reserve Army, joining the reserves as like a vocation. They advertise that shit a lot here. And I have thought about it, but there's like a lot of stuff that make me not want to do that. I would not hand out guns to like 60% of my fellow airmen, to be honest. They'd be more dangerous than helpful. No, you're right. Sushi for Marines is not having to drink out of a water buffalo. You know. Oh. I understand. Weirdly enough, that is something I do understand. I don't know how or why that became relevant, but Jesus Christ. Oh, do you know what grog is? Isn't it alcohol? Shit alcohol? We had to fucking fight with some flyovers because they were mad about drinking from a buffalo and not water bottles. God. That is so funny to me. Typically, when I attribute venom to a song, it means it's driven by a sense of bitterness or resentment to another person/persons. Oh, I love songs like that. Hang on, let me put on one of my favorite. Hey, damn. Very much angry Japanese. This is the most obvious one for me. Good morning, Rage. You've probably been awake for a while, but good morning. No one exists to me until they speak in my chat, basically. An intro for an anime? I don't think so. No. It's Ado! Of course you've heard it before. It's Ado! Also looks down here. Ado. Surely you know Ado, right? Rising internet sensation Ado. She is so famous. I fucking love this song. I'm surprised you haven't heard of Ado, considering how much I actually talk about her when it comes to the music I like. Not the first time I've talked about Ado. I talk about Ado a reasonable amount. One of my favorite creators that exist right now. Yeah, so that song, the entirety of its lyrics are literally telling it's a swipe. Usewa, the way that the way the lyrics are, it is a swipe at the corporate culture of Japan and the expectations that holds. And basically telling them to shut the fuck up. That's the song. It is entirely anti-corporate. Anti-corporate, all of the fucking things. She talks about the thing at the very start where she talks about being like a fucking grade A student and all the fucking expectations about that, and then getting into the corporate culture, and then fucking hearing all those expectations and rules and all that shit, and then telling them to shut the fuck up. That's the song. The title of the song, Usewa, is Shut Up. That's why it's actually not, that's why it's not a song that the adults like very much. Ado is kind of hated in Japan because of that, by the older generation hates her for this. Gonna head out now, go have fun. I can't promise I won't take over New Zealand for it. Good luck. Holy shit. Good luck taking over NC while I still stand, bitch. And fucking light goes so hard. Holy shit. Didn't know you had it in you. Nah, I did. I totally knew you had it in you. Got my money on the emoji. Okay, so what am I looking at? Alright, so I was reading stuff before I got distracted by Valkyrie's sentence about venom, bitterness, resentment. Yeah, that's Usewa. That is definitely a song with venom in it. And anyway, you guys, that was such a pain in the ass. Slowed down deployment rotation because of the paperwork. What, from the flyovers because they were mad about drinking from a buffalo and not of water bottles? Is that what that is? What do you mean we? What do you mean we? You came up with that. Where is this we? What do you mean we? Sounds like we're gonna need that gunboat after all. Man, I don't know, man. I don't really subscribe to gunboat diplomacy. So thank you. I'm more interested in the figurative gunboat than the literal gunboat. Kill him with kindness is what I say. Be so nice to someone that when they're a dick to you, they actually feel completely fucking awkward about it. Some people actually genuinely have a really hard time. Okay, for one, Rage would not do that. Two, I would not want him to do that. And three, Rage could not be fucked doing anything regarding that. You're throwing hands over whether or not water you get water is an easy to show your entire leadership you are not built for the military. Oh man. Yeah, that's the sentiment of most New Zealanders and Australians, honestly. We genuinely do not give a shit. Very different sense of people here. General consensus. We just deal with shit as it comes. which is both a good and bad thing. Love that you guys have mandatory voting and like protest by voting for shit posts. Yeah. You get fined if you don't vote here. It's so fucking shit. I hate voting. I don't like anyone that you put in front of me. I don't like any of them. Both sides are fucking shit. Both sides are shit. A lot of the fucking like other fucking parties you can vote for are also fucking shit. Everyone's fucking shit. I don't want to vote for fucking anyone. I don't know. Maybe I vote for the sex party, I guess, because I don't know. I don't know what they stand for. They just called the sex party. Are you gonna get to Partner Plus? I just won't then if I can't. If I can't, then I just won't. It's as simple as that. And also, yeah, I don't need to take over a country to take over the world. Hi, Sock. Distracting me. Kitty cat. Plan D. Look, my plans to take over the world are on hold. Not on hold, we're just biding our time, you know? I like to take things slow. As you already know. It's kind of about the slow life here. I don't live life on the fast lane. I kinda can't. Feature film. Look, it is relatively simple what I need to do. I need to post stuff on Twitter more often. I need to use my YouTube channel, use my TikTok, and probably use my Instagram. Yeah, I just need a bunch of 10-second clips. That's what I'm doing in 2024. But 2024 is about to end. I wonder how you grow in 2025. 5-second clips? Ooh. No, that's not good. 5-second clips. Holy shit, that means our attention span is getting even shorter. Ah! Also, I thought you were going to bed, Pizza Man. Are you stalling? Well, I can't stop you. It's your own life. It's your own responsibilities that you have to follow. We do have the super weapon. You know, the easiest way would just be really good at marketing and have, you know what I need? Talk to a PR representative, a content creation representative. You know, the hardest thing for me is like, how do I start? That's the thing with a lot of stuff, is like, how do I start? How do I even start? No, it's really not that complicated. It's just get stuff out there. Just post it. But the thing that is complicated for me is figuring out a sustainable way for me to actually do all that stuff and maintain it. That's much harder for me. The complicated part for me is not doing it, it's maintaining it. I should be able to do it relatively easily now that I actually have the tools that I have. The ADHD medication helps a lot, and I can actually leverage it to do what I need to do. But, said, I have to take it slow. I have to take it slow. If I go too fast, I will overwhelm myself and burn out. I know myself well enough to know this. So, in the meantime, you guys can enjoy having a more personable relationship with your streamer. As long as you don't make it weird. I'm able to talk to you guys as individuals and not addressing you guys as an actual group. Later, Pizza Man. Take care. So which mod is gonna do the clips? If I had a mod to do the clips. That's a lot of work. You vote Sento? That's a lot of responsibility. I'm in college, leave me alone. Understand that having a clipper is a really big responsibility. My average streams get 0 clips. Even though I'm sure there's probably something that I can use to reuse and post onto YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, and all that stuff. Yeah, no, you do try to clip. I appreciate it. My streams are not the most clippable. Because I do say curse shit from time to time. But, it is a very... How do I describe? Relaxed atmosphere here. And relaxed atmospheres are a little harder to convey and share. Because I don't really have crazy moments of excitement. Very, very chill here. I'm just a chill guy and I don't really care about much. Fuck me. Fucking just a chill guy. Yeah, I'm sure there's enough to work with. But that would require someone to actually dedicate their time to watching me every stream and noting down or clipping all the moments they think are entertaining, and then having that put through an editing process and uploaded to YouTube. It's a lot more work than people make it sound. Finally fucked around with DaVinci Resolve enough that I could probably make clips, but I do not have the memory and time to chop out clips and do editing and sub them. Yeah, that's the thing. There's like a lot more work involved there. It's not particularly hard work, it's just a lot of work. That right there, the stream elements. If you find a funny or interesting moment, please do not hesitate to clip it. You can clip the last 30 seconds with exclamation mark clip. I asked Z to make that reminder, and I don't think it's helped. We've had people use the command though. It's tedious. I mean, subbing clips on their own is fine, but when to do hopping, popping up the chat message or a funny word movement, yeah, no, it does add up quick. Like, I have someone that I can throw moments at and get to do clips for me, but service is not free. And it would be easier for me to do it myself. But if I were to do it myself and there's no clips for me to actually already work with, I myself would have to comb through my VODs. And if I open that rabbit hole, I'm going to have no time. And it is a thing that I'm leaving as an actual option that I may take if I cannot see any alternative. You know this GIF? This GIF I made? Can I complain about Twitter? Where is it? Let me complain about this GIF. I actually put a lot of effort into making this into a GIF. Yeah, I'm gonna probably opt for standalone short form content. Do you realize that every one of my followers saw this GIF and liked it and whatnot, so I actually got interactions with it. But you know what I also noticed? There's a number next to it that shows that Twitter didn't show it to anyone except for the followers that actually saw my post. It's not being shown. It's being suppressed by the algorithm, guys. This is bullshit. I don't think it's gone anywhere outside of my followers. This is like actual bullshit. It's got the most retweets and likes from like many of my posts, and it's got none. Like, another tweet I posted that was a lot less effort, got more people looking at it, but less retweets and likes. Yeah, Twitter is just not really showing my posts. Like, my best tweet in fucking ages was the "do not perceive me, simply close your eyes and scroll past." Got 360 views on it. It was actually shown to people, but it didn't get anywhere near as many as this thing. I put effort into this. I learned how to make a GIF with DaVinci Resolve to make that. Come on, man. This is how we end up with slop on timelines, okay? When things people put effort into get 0 fucking impressions, and the fucking garbage that they fucking post out get impressions. This is how you breed slop. When you incentivize the wrong shit. No, I'm a little annoyed about that one. Mostly because I put effort into that. I was just like, oh yeah, here we go. I'm not just gonna put like something basic there, but all right. Oh my god, you know the absolute fucking worst thing about artists and them posting art? Some other fucking account comes along, copies your art, reposts it without crediting you, and they get 5 times the amount of engagement. That one pisses me off. That one genuinely pisses me off. I'm glad that people are trying to shifting in culture. Every time it happens, people are calling it out. Good. Good. I appreciate that people are calling it out. But the reality is still there. People's work is being stolen, reposted, and the original creator is not seeing anything for it. Internet folks incentivize low-effort means over well-thought-out posts. Can't say I'm surprised. Yep. 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 Yeah. Yeah. You guys want to see my low effort posts? It's Ragnarok related. Give me a moment. moment. I'm gonna fucking share it. Because I'm stupid. This is something I made just to send to Rage. Look how low effort this is. You still see the selection box? It's Ragnarok related. I made this purely just to send to Rage when I was playing Ragnarok. You know the context? Card drops are 0.01% chance. They're 1 in 10,000, guys. I'm so disappointed in you, Kerr. Why? It's an awesome low effort meme. I didn't share it to anyone else. It's just I kept getting card drops and Rachel's like, what the fuck? I had so many card drops. One in 10,000. Remember those odds. 1 in 10,000. Disappointed that I didn't think of it first. I leave a lot of ideas and stuff that I have and leave it kind of internally. Nowadays, I'm more willing and more capable of being able to put shit together. Especially if I think it's fun. Like, making this was actually fun. Like, I actually enjoyed making this. Like this, I actually enjoyed making it. I had to do a couple of things. I also had to crop that to make it fit properly, and so there wasn't as much dead space on the outsides of it. But I was just like, oh hey, this is a funny trend. I know what to do. I'm gonna use the tail sway and put it there. Twitter's just not showing it to anyone. It's kind of upsetting that Twitter is not showing it to anyone. Genuinely kind of upsetting. You just reminded me I have a little project I should be working on right now, actually. Have a good lurk. And I hope you all of the productiveness that I hope you will find. Now, I'm bringing this topic up again, okay? This is the third time I brought it up this stream. But people that are able to talk without thinking about what they have to say before they say it. I'm talking about this again. I'm genuinely talking about this again. I've talked about 3 times now. I have talked about this. And in fact, Sentho, I'm going to single you out here because you actually have a similar experience because you got a medication very recently. I am very, very like vigorously fucking and violently pointing at my chat while I'm saying this. The ability to talk without needing a pre-thought of the action before you do it. Like no, like mini fucking rehearsal of what you're about to do before you do it. I'm not currently thinking that deeply or even at all about what I'm saying out of my mouth right now. And it is scary. Like, I'm not going through the process of the experience of my thoughts before I say it. They are just kind of coming out as is. Yeah, no, that is scary. This is normal? Can I talk about this? Like, this is seriously something that's bugging me. This is normal? Like, it's not like I'm gonna fucking say anything I'm not supposed to say. Everything I'm saying is essentially well thought out, but I'm not experiencing me thinking about the sentence before I say it. I do not understand. This is such a, like, insane thing to me that I've noticed in the past, like, day or two. And it is bugging me intensely. This is normal for people to not really think about the words they say before they say them? I don't know what to make of this. I didn't think it was kind of possible for people to not think about the things they say before they say them, but now that I'm experiencing this, I actually understand. I feel like I don't think about what I'm going to say. More of it, I'll have multiple versions of what I want to say and need to pick one. Sort of like that. Yeah, it's sort of like that for me when I'm talking normally. But when I'm medicated, the words just come out the way I want them to come out without me needing to think about it. And that part's scary. That scares me. It scares me. It scares me. It genuinely fucking scares me. What do you mean this is normal? A lot makes sense if this is normal. A lot of people don't actually think about what they're saying. And because I have the process in my brain already about actually properly thinking clearly about what I have to say. So you're telling me now that all of that has become subconscious and I'm just saying what I need to say without needing to go through an actual conscious process of picking my words. I need to press upon you all. I need to emphasize this. And it is a kind of a crazy fucking thing for me to emphasize how kind of scary that is to me. Like, this is actually fucking kind of terrifying, and which is why I brought it up 3 times today alone. I'm gonna continue bringing this up. Because that's normal. What do you mean? I have gone from inner thought, action. Now, mind you, it goes deeper when I'm not medicated. I have inner thought, action, right? But I have inner thought, and then I have the pre-inner thought of the thought that I'm about to have. What do you mean all of that's just gone and I just have action now? It goes deeper, okay? I think about thinking what to next say. There is a pre-thought that I can actually hear before the thought that's planning on what to come, that comes before the actual action. Can I talk to you about the layers of this? I really want to fucking talk about how fucking scary that is. My thoughts have pre-thoughts. I think about my thought before the thought even becomes an actual tangible thought. I hear that thought. I hear the pre-thought. Here is like vague. I understand that there's a thing going on in my head that's essentially a dialogue, but it's not a voice because I don't picture voices, so I don't exactly have an inner quote-unquote voice, right? It's really strange for me to explain. It's easier for me to say it's a voice, but to explain what's actually going on in my head is that it's not exactly text and it's not exactly audible, but it is sort of kind of vaguely like it's audible, but there's no associated voice to it. Some people have more of a like tangible like audibleness to it, like they can actually hear something. Usually it's their own voice and different versions of their own voice. I don't even hear my own voice in my head. I don't hear my own voice. I know what sounds are supposed to sound like. I know what I would experience it as, but my brain does not actually envision anything. Everything comes out kind of like in this weird neutral voiceless in terms of tone and all of that stuff in my brain. It is so hard for me to describe to everyone. God damn it, Ko. What do you mean, God damn it? Am I making... Am I saying stuff that's relatable? So, you know, a voice that isn't actually a voice. I tried to, like, listen to my brain and I am still on meds, so it's quiet. Yeah, no, I'm like that. I tried to listen to my brain, and what I hear is one predominant thought. I don't even hear it. I have one predominant thought when my mind is completely quiet. And the thought is, wow, it's quiet here. That is my observation. There's no competing for space up there. Nothing is there. All of the noise is just gone down a layer, I'm guessing. Is the best way I explain it. Is that all my thoughts have gone down a layer. Like pausing for the thing I've always experienced and it's not there, but now I'm aware it's not there. It's like being reminded of my tongue. This has been the scariest fucking experience to me, is saying something and not really thinking about what I have to say. But still being thoughtful about what I have to say. It is very scary. That means all of this is happening automatically before I even actually speak. It's like the behind the scenes, I don't see it anymore. It's like my brain is a fucking backstage crew, and now I don't see the backstage crew anymore. It is like I am unaware of what the backstage is doing. And I'm only seeing the result. Oh my god. That is so utterly fucking terrifying to me. I need to share this experience. I need to organize my thoughts and put this out there as something I noticed on ADHD medication. And I find it kind of scary. Yeah, it's really like that. Backstage crew was a bunch of fucking slackers lazing about, talking very loudly, and now they're working quietly. It's scary. I find that genuinely fucking scary. So, this is why I brought it up 3 times today, because I wanted someone to at least, like, acknowledge or comment on this. I need to write this down. Genuinely. Hang on. I'm quickly jotting this down. Okay, making sure that's detailed so I actually... Okay! Me using someone's DMs as a way to note down my thoughts because it's the easiest way for me to document something that I need to keep in mind for later. Because now someone else is also involved in the bookkeeping. so to speak. But that's crazy to me. The fact that I would write this all down and I didn't skip a million details so that I had no fucking context later. I put down everything I needed. I'm reading it right now. Hang on, this is it. I literally wrote, writing it down here because it's the easiest way for me to remember, but remind me to draft / organize / write a script for something I noticed on ADHD medication regarding the pre-thought before an action and how on medication it's like my brain skips the pre-thought and I only have the action. If I read that later, I will know exactly what I'm talking about. Rather than remind me to write something about my ADHD experience. What the fuck? What, I could be talking about fucking anything if I don't remember the exact details. I've been using meds for DMing and it's been fucking amazing. Do tell. Because unlike people that have been on medication for a while that are used to it, we have a very large contrast to see the difference. So it is very new and very interesting to me. And I have no idea how long it's gonna be like this, but this shit will wear off. I 100% guarantee that this will just become normal. And I will not be having an existential crisis over the fact that I am not thinking about what I'm saying. I had notes when I first started campaign were like, Farlick is fixer and mad. It's so basic! Now I have a full page notes on what the fuck that meant. Holy shit. No, that's exactly right. If I take notes now, they're actually gonna be detailed. Like, what do you mean that my notes now have foresight? And now I'm probably gonna remember to actually check my notes. Oh, I need to set up a Google Calendar. I need to give someone access to it. So many of my old notes are just Odin program, Militech, all before war. What does that mean? What does that mean? And at the time, when you're writing it, right? At the time, you're like, I'll understand what that means later. And then later comes around, you're like, I don't understand what that means. Like, I shared this video at the start of stream. I'm gonna share it again. And it's really funny to me because in this video it shows up. It shows so fucking much. There are so many little details.
I'm starving.
There's so many fucking little details here. It blows my mind.
I'm starving. Let's go to the kitchen, get some food. Let's go to the kitchen. Let's go in the fridge. I still didn't put away the rest of the groceries. Okay, let's get that done quick.
I'm starving.
Bread. Let's grab the bread.
I'm starving.
Oh, I forgot tortillas again.
I want a quesadilla.
Okay, whatever. I'll get them next time.
Yes, I want a quesadilla.
This is so boring.
What's next? What's next?
Could make a smoothie. Smoothies are really good.
Is that bowl still sitting there? Okay,
I
let's
wonder
go
how long
fix
it's
that.
been sitting there.
Oh, and look at those pretty flowers. The colors are
Love
so
summer.
nice. I think it could use some water though. Let's go water them.
Love flowers. Don't drop it. Wonder how easily it would break. Is the vase even glass? Okay, it didn't break it. Don't get any on your hands.
It is such an
Don't miss.
accurate
Don't get any
representation.
on your hands. Don't miss. Don't miss. Don't miss.
Water is
Don't
such
miss.
a gross feeling.
Water.
Perfect. Oh, does that only have one pill left? Why do I do this every time? Oh, I forgot to call the pharmacy.
the
Okay, I
pharmacy.
need to do that. Write it down, 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 write it down.
And then her note is just
The
pills.
etymology of the word pills is I'm an orthodontist. It's Greek. Nice. Gotta do that. Oh, print form before
Meeting. Don't forget the meeting.
I have that meeting soon. I should really go and get ready for that.
So much work.
Maybe it comes from the Latin word pilla. That
I
would
feel
make
like I'm
sense,
forgetting
right?
something.
Flowers. I need to go and put the flowers back.
Do you remember her original goal? I'm hungry. This is such a crazy accurate fucking little slice of what ADHD can be like for someone. There's so many little details there. I saw myself in that video and I don't like it. For anyone that didn't notice, no, that's the main thing. Yeah, but there's so many minor things there. Like she took a note down. She saw a notepad. She actually wrote it down. But the note that she took was literally just one word. And what does that mean? Will she even remember that? Yeah. She'll see just pills. Maybe that is enough. But there's not very much detail and context there. There's one guy walking around and reached for something and walked away with something else and didn't question it for like 10 seconds. I have done that so many times. I caught myself today while I was on medication. I noticed because during one of my ad breaks, I walked off to get a drink and whatnot. And one of the things I had to do was change my water jug because the other water jug was empty. One of the things I will do is take it out of the fridge, put it on the kitchen counter, and I also wanted to get a drink, so I got a drink as well. One of the things that would happen is either, one, I leave the drink on the counter and walk back to my desk, sit down, and completely forget that I got up to go get a drink. Now, I caught myself, this time, over there, I noticed one of the things I did, I poured myself the drink, and on top of that, I also remembered to fucking grab the fucking water jug and bring it over. Both things. I did both of them, whereas normally I would have forgotten one of them. And that was just earlier today, like a couple hours ago. The longer I've been on this medication, the more things I notice about how much it changes. And one of the things I note that it doesn't change my personality, it hasn't changed it at all. I don't become a zombie. I feel like I'm actually being me. And I hate that I need medication for that. Object permanency issues is something I still struggle with on occasion. Yeah, it's really weird that object permanence is something that's in question for ADHD. Isn't that wild? I still fidget. My legs still shake. That is something that still happens for me. I still fidget. I still shake. Even on medication. It didn't change. I've heard that it can make it stop and whatnot, but I still have it. Like a shaky leg or fidgeting with something, I still have that. Mind you, this is something that's happening right now that I have noticed in myself. I do not have any of my fidget stuff in my hands. I don't have the balisong in my hand. I usually do. And as a consequence of me not having anything in my hands, and now that I am gesticulating, you can't see my hands, my leg is shaking. I just noticed, despite all of those things, my body has found a way to fucking fidget without fidgeting. So, yeah, I have nothing in my hands right now. My hands are waving around as I talk. And instead of that, instead of me holding something and fidgeting, my leg is now shaking. Like, what is that? It's even more wild when you realize that's something people grow out of in infancy, so... Yeah, a lot of the meds changed me was something I didn't experience in the negative, but I did find my first meds made me really irritable. I think if you put on meds and not asked for them, it really changes your perspective. It really does. The medication hasn't made me irritable, so I guess I'm lucky in that regard. But it takes a bit of fine-tuning to figure out what works for you. Some medications just don't work for some people. And I'm lucky to get a medication that works for me in the first try. Like, genuinely lucky that it's worked for me on the first try. Now I have to sit and kind of think about, wow, when I want to have a conscious thought, there's an actual effort behind making a conscious thought. If I'm not trying to think about anything in particular, my brain is genuinely fucking quiet. I don't think I'll ever get used to that. It's kind of spooky. Because I had friends who were medicated as kids and hated and said that it was like not being a person. All I could think about was either your parents didn't listen to you or you didn't vocalize your issues. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, is that unfortunately when you get put on it as a kid, you're not really given much agency in regards to fine-tuning your experience with the medication. That's what I've noticed. And it has given a lot of people a negative reaction to medication, so they go without and just deal with the symptoms. And there's varying degrees of severity with ADHD. So if I took my meds and thought I don't feel like a person, I'd stop taking them. Yeah, no, I agree. That was one of my fears when I went to go take the medication. That was one of the fears, is that it would change how I was, like it would change my personality or whatnot. But instead, no, my experience with it has been good. And one of the things I've discovered when I researched into it is that a lot of people don't actually give it the chance. I think this has a lot to do with how someone externalizes it / internalizes their aggression. Still, very interesting observation to find that my legs are shaking because I don't have anything in my hands. Okay, I'm going to say something kind of gross, okay? I'm giving you guys the warning. I have this really weird habit of peeling the skin from one of my thumb tips. The tip of my thumb, where it connects to the nail. Peel it. I just peel it for whatever reason. It is something that I've done since I was young, and it's not a habit I like. It's just one I have. From time to time, when I'm sitting there and fidgeting, one of the things that I'll end up thinking is like, yeah, this is an extension of skin picking. A bit different from the skin picking I usually do, because usually those are to do with sebum plugs as well, because that's also a sensation thing. I hate the sensation of bumps on my skin, so I will end up, squeezing them with my fingers, with my nails. And that's the other symptom I have of skin picking, is just I hate feeling bumps on my skin. And that's what leads me to go, I hate this. Squeeze, and then usually there's a sebum plug there. Not pimples, obviously, but sebum plugs, where your sebaceous gland has released what it is, and unfortunately is end up trapped in a plug. There are probably better alternatives than picking it. However, mine is also an anxiety response. Stress response. Not even just an anxiety response. It's something that happens when I'm stressed. And I have noticed happens a lot more after I cut my nails. I'm not a nail biter. But I do cut my nails, or at least, I don't know if I bite them, so to speak, but I do, like, sometimes instead of, because sometimes I'm too lazy to go get the nail clipper, I'll just bite the tip of it and then, use my other nails to just, peel it off. Which I can do, luckily, because my nails are hard. So not always I'll use a nail clipper. If the nail clipper is somewhat convenient, I'll use that. But if I'm not, then it's just, bites the tip of my nail, pulls the rest of the nail off. Like I'm tearing it off, basically. Tear is such a strong word for what's actually happening. Did it accentuate your aggression or make you more sentient of what's already there? Sentient? As in, like, aware? Self-aware? Is that what you mean by sentient? Pulling me down. It made me angry at shit that would not normally make me angry. I wonder why. Placebo effect is one hell of a drug. It sure fucking is. There is a degree of placebo effect in ADHD medication. And my psychiatrist explained it as such, that you will feel like it is doing a lot more than it actually is until you get used to it, where it only manages the symptoms but doesn't change like how you feel about it. It was like some explanation he had. And there isn't a way that your brain kind of resists the effects. It goes from just kind of automatically dealing with your symptoms to just dealing with the symptoms in a way. Oh god, how do I explain this properly? Shit. You'll get the benefits you need, but you won't have the placebo-y mental stuff with it. I'm struggling to find words to describe it. Like my shirt not sitting right or sitting uncomfortably, also being hyper-aware of sensory shit, sounds and such that may not annoy me usually, but were far more apparent and aggravating while on the medication. Oh. Yeah. So fucking bizarre. So bizarre. Experiencing. Okay, I need to look this up. What does ADHD medication actually? Because ADHD medication works in a way by messing with the neurotransmitters in your brain. So, alright, so this is how it works. With ADHD, the sending neuron may not release enough neurotransmitters, and neurotransmitters may trouble activating the landing pads, receptors. Sending neuron may suck the neurotransmitters back up before a connection is made. Trouble passing information from neuron to neuron can affect attention. It can impact motivation too. It also helps explain other ADHD symptoms, such as being restless and impulsive. Medication can reduce ADHD symptoms. It does this by helping neurons pass along messages. So, ADHD medication enhances the release of neurotransmitters, stimulates the receptors so they can catch more neurotransmitters, and slows the reuptake down so neurotransmitters have much more time to activate the next neuron. Okay, yeah, so that's how that works. So I guess it normalizes our brain's own dopamine. So you actually get to stay on the dopamine a little longer and it's able to regulate it. And you're not just kind of running out on it. That makes a lot of sense. My new meds are just immediate release version of the extended release. That's, you know what's kind of bizarre is the fact that, Osaka, I don't know about you, but the longer I'm on my meds, the more I'm slightly disappointed it's not a cure-all. This is the part where I say that it may sound like a miracle drug, but it is not a miracle drug. Just because it has given you the ability to do doesn't necessarily mean you'll do the things you need to do. You still need to take action. But it has given you the potential to make everything actionable. Like, I haven't done anything else wild with the medication. It's just helped me focus on the things I need to focus on. Like streaming. I medicate when I'm streaming. When I start medicating on my days off, that's when we start traveling down the road of seeing how far I can take it. And I've been thinking about all that stuff, and I'm starting to write it down. and I need to make this is probably the hardest one for me, is I want to make a proper introduction short about who I am. So I want to do that, and I want to do it in a way where I can make it a channel trailer. Downloaded Blender, Unity, and Audacity and realized that, yeah, I don't actually want to learn all that shit, and at the same time, needed to scale back. Yeah, your medication isn't just gonna make you be the fucking crazy workhorse, okay? Like, it isn't that crazy. It is only giving you the ability to do. It hasn't given you the ability to multitask and learn like a million skills at once. That's not what that does. And I understand your disappointment. I understand your disappointment. I really do. But now you have leveled the playing field, and you have to work as hard as a neurotypical now, and not harder as a unmedicated ADHD. Know that whilst you still have to work relatively hard while you're on medication to do what you need to do, okay? It is so much easier than when you're not medicated. Acknowledge this, that you don't have to work harder than they do. You only have to work as hard as they do. The difference is, when you're working extremely hard with ADHD, is you can put in 150% of effort in and only get 50% of the result. That is a thing that can happen. We exhaust a lot of energy to do the same thing. Now the difference is if you're fully focused and whatnot, is now if you put in 150%, you're going to get more than 50% or 100%. So the more you put into it with the medication, the more efficient the output will be. That's the difference. If I were to like boil it down and simplify it, that's the difference. You still have to go and do it. It's not gonna make you autopilot. I'd rather just stay unmedicated and feel more proud I put in the effort for completing something with a handicap. Easier said than done, Valk. With ADHD like that, you aren't even going to be able to start the thing unmedicated. That's great. If my livelihood wasn't tied to my inability, it would be more okay with a handicap, but I don't need to have it. Yeah, that's how I feel as well. I felt like the ADHD was actually starting to very seriously negatively impact my streaming. And it should be very evident at how long my streams are with and without the medication. That has been a big contrast. 2 to 3 hour long streams to 7 hours and more is a crazy contrast, guys. It is more than doubled. Because I don't have to invest as much energy filtering through all my thoughts, a lot of them are draining, very tiring, intrusive thoughts, I have more social energy to give you guys. That's the first thing I decided, and the main thing I wanted to get the medication for. This. No, I get it. Want to do something but I just can't start is actually... Starting is always the hardest thing for me. But it's not just that. It's not just starting. Starting and maintaining are the two most difficult things that I've experienced on ADHD. On ADHD, like I fucking had a choice. No, with ADHD. It's a thing I've experienced, is starting something. If I do manage to start it, sticking to it is the harder part after that. So starting something, very hard to do, and once you do start it, sticking with it is the harder thing to do. Like, we get past one hurdle and then we have another to face. Which is why often, and I use this as a very, very like reality of it being that you can actually trace a path of broken dreams with the people with ADHD. All of our hobbies that we start and never finish and never follow through. Sticking to things being hard is very human in general, yeah, but that being said, it is dialed up to like 10 with people with ADHD. It's much worse. Like, yeah, that is a thing that people have. That's a thing that people have where, you know, it's hard to commit to stuff. Commitment is hard, whatnot. It is a lot harder to stay consistent and committed when you have ADHD. Yeah, but why make that harder? Is that something that, are you talking about the fact that ADHD exists to make it harder? Like, are you lamenting the fact of the condition doing what it does? Like, what do you actually mean? Because ADHD does make a lot of things harder. I was reiterating my understanding of what you said earlier. You know, actually, I have something to add to what you said, Valk. I'd rather say unmedicated, feel more proud I put in an effort for completing something with a handicap. You don't feel that pride. I never felt pride in something I've completed in the state that I've been in. I've always hated it. Everything I've ever done or completed or done at the last minute, like just before the deadline, I have always lamented the fact that I wasn't able to spend more time on it. Every single time. There's not once where I have done that and been happy with the end result. The only exception to this is, it's not even really an exception. It's not even, I don't even really think it's relevant. The only time I've ever done anything that I've been happy with is just my test results. Hey JT, how you doing? I've never been satisfied with the shit that I had to do in a rush to do what I needed to do to get shit done. I don't know. I never felt any accomplishment from that. Which is, you know, my own subjective viewpoint of doing all that stuff. I wish it was simple like that. I wish I could actually just feel proud that I completed something with a handicap. I wish I could feel that way. I cannot. I know what I'm capable of doing. I know what I'm capable of creating. I know the effort that I can put into things. I hate it when I'm not able to. And that's my problem with my management of ADHD. Yeah, it is going to be a person-to-person thing. For me, that doesn't work. I have tried a lot of things to try and wrangle my attention and be productive. And these pills have given me the ability to do so. However, I still have to go and do them. That is something that I have learned while taking the pills. Part of my brain thought... Part of my brain, where was I? I'm like losing my train of thought. You spent a good bit of your life being told you couldn't accomplish much of everything, I would imagine. Yeah. Actually. Have you been here? I've talked about this a lot. I've grown up being told how useless I am. And not only that, I've also been grown up told that fucking you are so smart at what you do, but you're so incredibly lazy. And because of that, you're fucking worthless slash useless because you're not making use of your intelligence. So yeah, no, that is how I grew up. 100%. Of course I'm not going to be that happy with my accomplishments if I didn't actually manage to put in 100% of my effort in. Because I know when I have those times of actual hyperfocus, entirely possible I wouldn't be able to tell you. I have no contrast or point of reference for that. I have never really been proud of anything I've ever done. But I am proud of one thing. I'm proud that I am still streaming. Alright, 6 years. Long time to stay committed to something, especially staying committed to it. Okay, staying committed to it with unmanaged ADHD symptoms, okay? I have stuck with it because I enjoyed it, but the enjoyment was drying up. And I was feeling the effects of that. And it was getting easier to burn out and stay, mentally stable during that. That's something I experienced around 4 years in. And it's not until the past year, this year even, that I've actually found a proper stride, a good pace. Like last year, I just started back up. There's a bunch of stuff going on there. And then I had to take a break because I got sick. I got really sick. And then, I wasn't feeling the best mentally. Was not that stable. And then I didn't start back up until this year. So bit of instability here. And all of that considered, they have actually improved my life so much. Just overall mood up. I am much, much happier. I actually feel like I have the capability to take control, rather than feeling like I'm just an observer. And I'm not going crazy like Sentho did. Sentho, you had the opposite response, and I had the very reasonable response of I should still take it slow. You were like, I'm on the meds, I feel like a god, I'm gonna try and pick up a million different skills. You are still a human, Sentho. I picked up something. Yeah, that's cool. In before they end up being sugar pills. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about this. And I can guarantee you they're not just sugar pills. One of the things in this pill is literally sugar. It's dextrose. That's why this is called dexamphetamine. So, you're not exactly wrong that these are sugar pills. They're not just sugar pills, though. It is a combination of amphetamines with dextrose. Oh, it's methamphetamine. There is sugar in this. Specific kind of sugar. It's not like glucose or anything, it's dextrose. But I will take offense if you try to tell me that my pills are just a placebo, because they are not. Yeah. I know what's a placebo and what's not. I would know. Sugar pills or placebo would only work temporarily. They would not be working this consistently over months. Because I could tell you anything that was a placebo and tricked my brain into thinking I was being more productive would have worn off already. Any fucking the placebo effect I would have had would have fucking diminished immediately. Like after like a week or two. I'd feel great for a week or two, and afterwards I'd be like wondering why aren't they doing anything? Yeah, no. It is happening in some form because, obviously because you want them to work. But I am very cynical to begin with. And I was worried they wouldn't work. And when I first took them, I was like, I wasn't feeling anything, and I was starting to get a bit stressed after that. But I decided to look at what was actually doing for me. And it's helping. It's doing all the things I needed to do. I also have all the side effects that come with taking this, including appetite suppression. I definitely have that. I've definitely got that side effect where I'm just not hungry. Do you have that, Syntho, where you're just not hungry? Yeah, I have that. Not the best, but it has helped me stick with whatever the fuck I need to be doing. Now I'm just not eating in the middle of the day, whereas before I just tried my best to avoid eating in the middle of the day. I eat at the end of the day. Yeah, I don't, very normally, so I only eat once a day. That's how I eat, alright? I eat one meal once a day. And I've noticed the difference between on medication and not on medication is that on medication that I won't essentially what I like to call cheat and eat a meal before the meal I'm supposed to have. And I don't want to hear any bullshit from anyone telling me that you need to eat 3 meals a day. Shut up. That's a fucking made up thing made up by the fucking breakfast companies trying to sell you on breakfast foods like cereal. Yeah, you only need 1 to 2 meals a day. In fact, 1 meal a day is already enough. Six small meals a day. Fuck that. Why do you think that we have fucking obesity problems in our countries? It's because we've been fucking fed the fucking propaganda of 3 meals a day. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And they don't want you to know that you can have just dinner and be fine, or just breakfast and be fine. Depending on how active you are determines whether or not you need more food. Yeah, I don't eat that much. People are concerned about me getting energy and whatnot in the day. I don't have any problems with it. I don't really need to drink anything, really. I just stay hydrated. I did have a very big appetite. I do have an appetite, right? I love food. And the medication has definitely suppressed my appetite by a fair bit. Even if I was slightly more active, I don't think I would change much of my diet because I do need to slim down. Mostly for my own vanity. If I slimmed down a bit, I'd feel a little bit better about my body image. So, you know, baby steps, baby steps. Vanity, thy name is Koeko. What do you mean by this, huh? I acknowledge I did use the sentence that it's a bit for my own vanity, but that is something I do not tend to at all. Caring about your appearance is but you know, it's a vanity thing. And I know a lot of people have fucking looked. Don't read into. I read into fucking everything, Val. You understand? I question everything. Have you met me? In fact, you've watched my streams enough to know that I literally question everything. I am a very curious person. And when you type something that is if in any way sort of vague, I'm going to ask you to clarify. So yeah, that's all that. Everything I've experienced. Yeah, luckily for me, I'm fine with just eating dinner. I take the pill at the start of the day. When I do streams, I take them at the start of the day. For off days, I remember testing it. I remember testing it on RuneScape. That's wild. When I tested it on RuneScape, that was fucking wild because I felt when they wore off. When they wore off, I literally, I ran into a tiny bit of fucking friction, on the questing progress, and I was just fucking like, up, nah, I'm done. So funny to me that I tested it on something that I fucking really fucking hate doing. And if Rage is here and listening, he can actually act as my witness here on how much he can see the difference between how I approached quests in RuneScape before to that one big session while my medication lasted. I knocked out an insane amount of quests. And I was actually enjoying some of them. Which I think helps, right? If I enjoyed some of it, that actually helps. Some of them, not all of them. A lot of them were tedious. Yeah, one of the things that is really nice about being on medication is just being able to enjoy more things. I'm actually able to find enjoyment in things that was kind of drying up for me. Like, I very much enjoy stream, and every time I have ended, I have felt like I could go for another 4+ hours. Every time I have ended recently, I felt like I could stream like a lot longer. But for the sake of not overdoing it, I haven't been doing that. I wonder if I care about meticulous inventory management in-game as much while medicated. I'm not sure. I wouldn't be able to tell you. That's your own experience that you would have to look and explore. Everything is, different from person to person. I can only share my own subjective opinion and experiences. It has done good for me. Chances are it can do good for other people. And for me, it's a question of, do you need it? And has your symptoms impacted you enough for you to even consider looking into it? It's just worth looking into is all I can ever say for people. Because it is kind of crazy. Especially the thinking part. I will not get over this. I really will not get over just being able to talk without needing to think about it. It is so weird. It is so fucking weird being able to actually speak and actually formulate coherent sentences without needing to actually have a pre-thought to actually think about what you're about to say. I will not get over this. This is such a fucking mindfuck to me. Y'all have no idea how much this contrast is fucking messing with me. I genuinely understand what it's like for people not to have inner dialogues and think about stuff. But I also understand there's people without an inner dialogue that need to vocalize the things they're looking at to actually read it. My first diagnosis when I was pretty young was told my ADHD is easily manageable, so I never really considered it. Has it impacted your life in any way? Like, have you noticed that it, like, impacts your workflow or impacts your, like, your daily life in any way? Like, if it has impacted in any way, I would consider it. But one of the things you have to note is that for a lot of people with ADHD, from when they were younger, as they get older, the ADHD symptoms have usually been described as worsening in adulthood. So you might find that you may have habits that help you keep your symptoms relatively manageable. And I'm assuming you do have stuff that you do that keeps things manageable. Because it is possible to do all that and have the stuff with it, as long as you have the habits and systems in place, you don't actually need medication to manage ADHD. But again, it varies person to person. Some people, even trying all of those things to manage the ADHD to try and get organized, still don't work. And that's where I'm at. My entire life, I have tried so many different things. If I have them, I must not even be aware of them in the first place. Yeah, that's a thing that can happen. It's much like ADHD / autistic masking. You will pick up habits that you won't be really that conscious of. Like, I am pretty sure that I mask in some way, but I'm not actually conscious of it. And that's my entire life. So I'm not actually completely aware of how I do those things. I just know that I do them. Because there's no conscious effort in them. So, food for thought, honestly. Food for thought. Yeah. Very, very interesting. Neurodiversity is such a broad topic that you can talk about, because all the different kinds that we have categorized manifest in so many different ways. And when you really do think about what it means to be neurodiverse, right? The average person will have and can share a lot of experiences with people that have it, ADHD, which can come with the statements that end up being a little bit more dismissive / harmful, when people say comments like, oh, everybody gets depressed, or oh, everybody gets a little bit ADHD from time to time. Whilst that is true from time to time for regular people that are considered part of the neurotypical range, which is, neurotypical doesn't actually mean there isn't diversity there. Neurotypical just means you guys are within a large majority of common traits that are expected. So, with all of that said, the difference between neurodiverse and neurotypical is the severity of the symptoms that people experience. Because we have it more pronounced than the average person, even if the average person can experience the same symptoms. It is just to the degree for us where it does impact our lives and whatnot. Hearing that made me realize you don't have a hydrate redeem, Co. Very curious. You know how often you hear this sound? You know the sound? Have you ever wondered what that sound is? Every time I take a drink, that's the sound you hear. I hydrate fairly often. I have to, because talking a lot makes my throat dry. I don't need a hydrate redeem. I stay hydrated. I kind of have to. Except when I'm in VR. I notice that I don't actually hydrate as much when I'm in VR. I'll need to actually remember to do that when I'm in VR. Is dry mouth a side effect of the medication as well? No, this is a side effect of me talking. This happens even when I'm not medicated. I am gonna look it up though. Is this a thing that it can cause? It can cause dry mouth. Can. Fair enough. doesn't help that one of the other medications I am is on the diuretic. So I don't have the best water retention. Observance win? Well, what did you actually observe? The fact that I hydrate a lot? Cause why did you make that comment about hearing that made me realize you don't have a hydrate redeem? Yeah, so what made you actually notice and point that out? Was it the sound that you hear? This? That's the sound you will hear whenever I drink. Also, I tend to drink when my mouth starts feeling a bit weird. Like, not exactly dry. But like, I start feeling like this weird feeling at the back of my throat and makes me need to drink. Yeah, that's the reason I don't have one, because I actually already drink a lot. I also don't have a posture check one, because it would be just a little annoying and pointless to have, because every time someone would posture check me, I'd be like, my posture is actually fine, because I actually have good posture. It's a pointless redeem. It would be a pointless redeem. I don't know why, but for whatever reason, my entirety of my life, I have sat. I've always been very conscious of my posture, and I have no idea why I keep my back straight. I keep my back relatively straight, and I don't know where it comes from. I really don't. Maybe it came from when I was really young and teachers and whatnot telling people to stop slouching. And I remember being annoyed at people saying stop slouching. So I just stopped slouching so they'd stop bothering me. And I haven't really slouched since. Sometimes I do, though. Sometimes I like to sink into my chair. You really knew your bad habits and accounted for them accordingly at an earlier age? Yeah, it's something like that. I don't exactly slouch, and I do correct people's posture when they're near me. Like, if you're ever fucking gunching over like a goblin, I'm gonna be like, straighten your back, please. Like, genuinely straighten your back, please. If you spend most of your life gunching over her, like, in the shrimp posture, or if you go beyond that, do the turtle posture, you will end up with a curved spine at the older age. So it's a little inconvenient though sometimes when I sit too high up in my chair. My monitors aren't high enough. One of them is fine because I was able to raise that one, but my main monitor is a bit too low. It's a little annoying. Like, if I was able to, like, slump down in my chair a bit, I notice I don't sit like that for very long because it gets uncomfortable for my back because I'm so used to sitting up. My back may be straight, but I'm not. That one was a low-hanging fruit and why I didn't take that. So, all of that considered, I could come up with better, but effort. Yeah, you're right. That is effort. I wonder what part of my brain really thoroughly enjoys Tetris inventories. Think about this for a second, guys. You know how Resident Evil had their inventory system? You know, a bunch of blocks and you had to Tetris them all in. Tarkov has a similar system. What is it about those systems that is so appealing to people? To people like me, even. It's like my favorite kind of inventory management. Fitting things into tiled bases of varying shapes. There's actually a game, if anyone really likes that I will recommend if you really like inventory Tetris. You'd rather do a crossword puzzle. This one has a DLC too. If anyone's actually interested in games like this, Save Room. And for me, I just enjoy organizing Tetris inventories. It's what appealed me to Dredge, but when I played Dredge, I ended up not having that much fun with it. I liked it, but something in it was just kind of lacking for me. I think it's a really good game still, but something about me playing it, I ended up getting kind of bored. I think there was something about it I didn't like. There must have been something I didn't like about it that made me feel bored. But I did stream it. Long time ago. Which was neat. And there is a game called God of Weapons that Rage told me about. And it is all about fitting your weapons in that kind of inventory. And those weapons, it's like a survivors mixed with the inventory Tetris. So how many weapons and stuff you fit in there is entirely based on how good you are at organizing the box. That is your backpack, I suppose. Definitely up my alley, but yeah. Unboxing Simulator? I need to play that one. Unpacked, I think it's called. I do want to play it. But I don't own it. Something I could probably enjoy. I heard that one is actually kind of cool by the way they tell the story when you're unpacking it and seeing the objects and the storytelling behind just you know, environmental storytelling that you can see a lot through it. It's really interesting in psychology how you can learn so much about someone purely from just like observing them for like 2 minutes. You can learn quite a fair bit. You can also learn a fair bit about how people treat their environments too. Like you can look at someone's room and know exactly what type of life they lead, whether or not someone is organized or not. I just saw something! Twitch used AI for an emote! Yikes! How hard is it to actually put a fucking... How hard is it to put a Photoshop a Santa hat onto a cat? Why did you need to fucking... Oh, man. Ooh. Now everybody hated that. Someone in the comment, you just made an artist creator crop, then slapped them across about you releasing an AI emote. How many crocs does it take to screw in a light bulb? 1. Me. Why? Why have you done this? Why have you put me on the ceiling? Why do you want me to be upside down? Why do you want me to be upside down? Alright, well, I guess I'm upside down for now. Easier access to the light bulb? I don't need to change no light bulbs. Actually, in fact, one of the things I'm going to point out is if I didn't have any light bulbs in my main lights and whatnot, I would not care. The only use they have for me, there's only one use. Lighting up my table if I ever play board games, and that is it. I do not need the light for any other reason. It is purely for when I have guests over and to play board games. Otherwise, that shit stays off. We don't use the big light around here. We only use lamps. Also, is that actually like a very common neurodiverse thing? Sitting in the dark, not wanting to be in a lit room? How common is that actually? How many of you guys actually don't use the main light? Actually, I'm actually curious. How many of you guys actually sit in the dark? So you're a light conservationist? I wouldn't say that. I don't like bright lights. Light's another form of stimulus that I don't like having too much of. So it is very much a overstimulation thing. Depends. I do like my Edison lights. What are Edison lights? I need to see. Edison light. Are they those the really old ones? Yeah. Very, very, very old school. But you know Thomas Edison, even though they're called Edison lights, they're credited to him even though he didn't actually invent them. Edison was a dick. He was a very, very shrewd businessman though. Very good at what he did in terms of business. I'm more prone to not enjoying extremely loud noises, say train horns. I don't like that. I don't like loud noises either. I'm really bad with loud noises. Extremely loud noises is something else I don't like. But yeah, apparently that's not super common. Things you think are normal because you're using your own subjective viewpoint And assuming you're normal. You know what? It's been a while since we heard the voice. What voice? Did I do a voice? Oh, okay. Attention will be performing a test for fire alarm. Yeah, no, they don't do that often. Maybe once a month, and sometimes it's not when I'm streaming. Sometimes they do it on my days that I'm not streaming. So you won't catch all of them, but sometimes you will. You know the reason I figured you didn't have Tangia or other loud sound redeems? I have redeems. In fact, I have loud ones too. Scroll down a bit. On my stream, scroll down a bit and you will see. I have sound alerts. Some of them are loud. Yep. No one uses them. They're priced accordingly. I have some annoying ones, but they're more expensive. But that's it. Those are the sound alerts I have. I don't use Tangia. I probably could set some stuff up for with Mix It Up. No, I'm not even talking about Pedro. It's not even loud. It's a bit of an interruption, but you know, it's not that bad. No, but seriously, I have sound alerts. One of them is literally a guy fucking screaming. I think I'm pretty sure I have the FBI open up alert too. No one uses my sound alerts. They're just there in case anyone decides to use them. And I have some in my point redeems. I have like 2. I have the wow and bonk. I have those 2 for point redeems. Those are the ones that are point redeemable sound alerts. Yeah, so don't know where you got this from. There's some people just don't do it out of respect for you. I feel like people don't do it out of the fact that it costs money. You will know when something is loud to the point it bothers me. I don't have anything like that. I do have loud stuff. But for me, it's I make a very, very, strict line when it comes to volume on my stream. I'm more concerned about not having something so loud that it blows out your guys' eardrums. I try very hard not to do that. Try to be very respectful and not hurt your guys' eardrums more than mine. I don't think anything on my stream is ever gonna bother me. I set it up after all. I'm not gonna have anything here that actually would be a problem. I do enjoy sound alerts because I think they're funny. That and TTS can be funny too. I think I've set up a very basic TTS. I do not know if I have set it up for a redeem yet. No, I don't have a TTS redeem. I only have TTS for subs and any biddies over 100, I believe, play TTS. Through TTS Monster, which I haven't paid for yet. I will eventually, if I can justify actually paying for it. It's a use case thing. You guys use enough of them, then I can justify going for the more features in them. I have fun. Just open. Oop. Oh, it's day 3 of Tekken? What are we at now? Why do I have a suggested collabs tab? What the fuck is this? Excuse you? I don't even know any of these people. Oh, did you find the chicken attack song? I love that. Did you know it's like a trilogy? They had a cow one. Trying to make some new No! Not only no, hell no! I'm not gonna fucking knock on a stranger's stream. Fuck off. I ain't even gonna knock on someone's stream that fucking I know. The fuck? Get knocked, not happening. No one's able to knock on my stream. Maybe except like one person. Because they asked me to let them in. No one's able to knock on my stream. I disabled that shit. Like, day 1, I turned that shit off. I don't want to use Twitch's shitty guest star system. It's not good. What is good, however, is the shared chat. That's nice. I like the fact that they added a shared chat. That feature is actually really nice. But when they get rid of that feature and make it so it's not tied to guest star, then we'll actually have decent features. Same with the thing if you're collaborating someone and not needing to have them a guest star, also having the shared viewership thing, that's useful. That's good stuff. Like, genuinely. They do know how to make good features. In fact, I don't even know why they got rid of squad streaming. Squad streaming was, like, not even that bad. It just needed some refining and tweaking. But instead they removed it, added guest star, and no one fucking uses it. I say no one. Some people do. Some people like it, but I feel like the general consensus is no one likes it. Considering how many people on my follower list disabled that shit. Because I can actually see. A lot of people have it disabled. There are more people with it disabled than people that have it enabled. And one of the worst things about this is the fact that you can accidentally click on that fucking button in your follower list. It is awful. Ah, man, Tekken's happening right now and I can't even watch it. Whatever, not a big deal. I haven't really been following the Tekken scene. Hey, Z! Okay, so... Sigh. Loud noises, stimulus, textures. Thinking about this right now. Guys. There is something I want to actually talk about how many of you guys dislike certain, like, textures, so to speak. One of the things I fucking hate is skin. Don't like skin. Or touching skin. Feeling skin on skin. I think I hate it worse when it's, like, sticky. Alright, let me see. I'm gonna watch them.
His back is to the.
Who plays PoE 2? Do I?
The best game. Look at this position. It was unlosable.
It can stay on the ground.
It was
Down two.
Oh, that was a good match. The JDX combo. We are not calling it that. Look at this. Do you see this? This is the most relatable thing Nia has ever done. He missed that move and he tried to do it again. You see that? You guys ever mess up a combo and try to do your move again right after? That was the most relatable thing Nia's just done.
Oh man, my goat's washed.
His back is to the little corner. He turned it down again. From a distance, sliding. Wow, mock kick. Shades of the previous seconds. He's over his head. Why is he too mash? This could be it.
Don't mess it up.
Nobi.
Don't mess up.
Ah! What is going on? Ah! What the fuck is that? What are we doing?
My goat's washed. No. Yeah, certain textures of foods I hate eating, but nothing else I can think of really. For me, it's mushrooms. Texture of mushrooms. Mushroom textures are fucking. Okay, so the second one is the live reaction. Dude, it's so funny. Yeah, I can't stand the texture of mushrooms. The flavor is fine. I don't actually mind. He ended up losing the next phase 03. He's washed. He's washed. He's washed. He's washed. He used to be the best in the world. He used to be the best in the world. He used to be the best in the world. What kind of mushrooms? I just don't like the textures of mushrooms overall. I've had many different kinds of mushrooms. That was him! Nee was the guy that was always... That was him! He was the guy that was the someone better. Then someone better than him came along. I do not like the texture or flavor of banana anymore. And I will always, every time that banana comes up, I will always remind you guys how much I used to love bananas and cannot stomach them now. I will throw up. It is that bad. Bananas will make me puke. And it's purely a mental thing. I got overexposed. Overexposed to the point where the memory of banana makes me go bleh. And it's a shame, because I don't even hate bananas. I just can't eat them anymore. Not even anything with banana flavoring in it. Even the banana flavoring that is based on the Gros Michel. Yep, not even that. Yeah, for food textures, yeah, I don't like the textures of mushrooms. Some of the mushrooms probably have, like, textures that I don't mind. But, like, I've only had, no, I've had a reasonable amount of different kinds of mushrooms. I've had shiitake, I've had, like, the normal button mushrooms, the small ones. I've had a lot of different kinds of mushrooms, and I've never liked the texture on any of them. And I know people love mushrooms. Don't get me wrong. I think mushrooms are fine. I just do not like the texture. Specifically the texture. Taste is fine. When I talk about textures, some of the textures that I fucking hate... Okay. The texture of rubber. That is one of the things. This is touching. The sensation of touch. I cannot stand touching rubber. Fucking rubber gloves and stuff like that. I hate the touch of that stuff. I hate greasy feelings on my hands. I hate grease. Greasy stuff, anything that leaves like a sticky-ish residue on my hands, I hate that too. I have a lot of fucking specific things with. Tacky, sticky rubber is the worst kind. That is genuinely the worst kind of texture to me. Yeah, giving me that kind of rubber is actually torture. That's actually torture. Don't do that. And then the feeling of skin. Obviously, I've talked about this. I hate skin contact. I don't drive, nor do I have a car. Not a problem in my life. I do not drive. And I will acknowledge that I didn't want to drive at a young age, and I made the distinction very quickly that I should not be on the road because of how distractible I can be. That is one of the main things that I remember thinking to myself and telling people why I wouldn't get my license, why I don't want to drive, is because I am distractible and I will cause an accident through not paying attention. So I opted to not be on the road. Because I, unlike many people, am actually responsible. I just remembered, speaking of competitive games, I don't know why we had our technical team almost disband a competition of FPS games just because of that one local group of Karens saying guns in games are very bad. I'm not even gonna touch that. You guys know my opinion. I'm not gonna touch that. We don't need a rehashing of how I feel about this. But, oh my god, this is gonna play video games again. Oh my god. Yes! Yes, they do. They still exist. You're not getting rid of them. They very much so still exist. You know what that actually makes me think of? And this is a pain that I've heard from my friends, my short friends. And it really bugs me. This one actually bugs me too. Have you guys heard of the concept, the height of consent? And how ridiculous it is? That one pisses me off. Can we stop infantilizing people just because they're short? Yeah. Alright, cool. Thanks. Fuck off. That's just not cool. At least we have the control telling them not to go to the venue whenever there's a local tournament. Hmm. It takes all fucking kinds of people to make a world. And no one's going to fucking agree. Everyone's always going to have a problem with something. If no one has a problem with anything, then, you know, yeah, you're living in some sort of dystopian future where no one actually is able to share an opinion. I'm quite short myself. I hate people telling me, why are you buying alcohol? I'm already mid-30s, dude. Yeah. I don't think I'm short, alright? And that's for good reason. Because when it comes to global height average, I am above average. And by definition, that means I am not short. It means I am average. Or above average. By definition. But people that are taller than you like to go, if I'm taller than you, then you are short. No, you're just tall. Fucking tall person rhetoric. Enjoy it while you can. You will get shorter when you get old. I can't wait to fucking shrink down and become a chibi grandma. Yeah, wow, holy shit. Height's relative? Crazy. I must share. Let me find it. This is how I'm going to age, guys. Hang on. That wasn't meant to be. Alright, there we go. Yep. That is how I'm gonna age. I can't wait till I reach age 120. It's so fucking crazy that this is actually how aging process works for us. It is crazy accurate. But you see H120, that's gonna be me. I'm gonna be a cute fucking chibi grandma. I can't wait. Can't wait. And then I'm gonna give out hard candy. And I'm gonna be like, you did good today. And then you give a little bit of candy. Shh, don't tell your parents. Spoil your grandkids? I won't have any grandkids, however. Why wait? Get a chibi grandma to— no. Simply no. Something that is gonna be inevitable in my reality, I don't need to wait. Well, I do, but you know, I don't want it now. It is just gonna be something that's my reality when I'm older. I am going to shrink. And they end up with the sentence, "Little miss, you look very effeminate after every time I shave my beard and mustache, so I just wear a mask now." Fair enough, man. is there so many people here in my community that deal with being misgendered? Why is that a common theme here? Maybe I'm just looking into the fucking cosmos and seeing fucking correlation or causation where it actually isn't any and is purely just a coincidence. But, you know, it's an observation I have made. Mind you, this is also my experience, but it's online to people hearing my voice and thinking I'm a dude. Unless, you know, you sit and actually listen carefully and understand that, no, I am not. Unless you're very one way, everyone does. Yeah, no, you're right. Everyone does do that. So if you're not, so if you're somewhere in the middle, like, you know, somewhat androgynous, you'll end up with that problem. Like, picking out an example out of my chat regulars, like Pagro and Syntho. Guys talking about getting mistaken for a woman on phone. A lot of my misgendering just has to do with people accustomed to saying ma'am by default and not because I resemble anything remotely effeminate. Mm-hmm. What was the industry you were talking about? Was it the clothing retail industry? It's one of the retail industries where you said that it was very common for women to be in a thing. Yeah, no, Valkyrie was talking about working in a female-dominated workforce. I just go with the, hey, I'm old. Sorry, you do you. Good way to live. Cat? You trilling at me? Hello? Definitely just a you do you. Hi. So needy, cat. Actually, most of the stores cater to females, so a lot of ma'am thrown around. Points if we can agree that a three-piece suit is the best option daily wear. My daily wear is exactly what I'm wearing right now. Yoga pants and a t-shirt. That is currently what I'm wearing. So comfortable. I have like yoga pants, I have like some more generic slack type pants. Not slacks, just more generic pants. Let's meet halfway at a birthday suit. If I had a spray bottle. If I had a spray bottle. Psh, psh. Can I talk about... Go ahead, if I went around and mine it would cause panic. I want to talk about this. As you get older, you find that nudity just doesn't really do as much. Just an observation here. That it is better to see less Because less is more. When there's things that leave stuff to the imagination, that is actually, I think it's genuinely a lot better. So I genuinely like it when people are clothed. You guys agree with this? When we talk about what something is visually appealing, straight up nudity is just kind of boring. You know, there's some pretty hot silver foxes out there. You know, this kind of goes back to talking about Zetaryoiki. When we talk about the absolute territory, the ratio of thigh that is exposed between thigh highs and skirt, or shorts, stirs the imagination. Good. Depends on context, but for the most part, yeah. Yeah. Clothing is an extension of oneself, yeah. Yes, cat! Meow! If I don't pay attention to her, she's probably gonna poke me. Yeah, I can hear you. She's just right next to me. She's at my feet, next to me, making noises. She wants attention. It's around about this time she usually tries to get my attention. No. Alright, bringable. How do you think I keep up the silver in the silver fox? Okay, I picked up her little orange ball and threw it, and now she is playing with it. Alright, there we go, she's distracted. So she could stop bothering me. It is very cute, but I have things to do. Why is it when I'm free to give her my attention, she doesn't want it? Why are cats like this? Why are cats like this, huh? Why is it they want your attention when you're not able to give it to them? Then when you actually are able to give it to your attention, they're just gonna look at you and walk away. Fucking cats, man. Cause cats are assholes? Yeah, you're not wrong. She is a little asshole. She's very cute, though. My asshole. Okay, that's a sentence that's can be taken out of context. And I'm just gonna leave it there. It's just a ploy. Yep. Cats are very smart. Very, very smart. Smart, opportunistic, and I had someone describe this. No! Bad! Stop it! Yeah, so I had someone refer to the fact that the norm for cats, and someone made this, and it was really funny. They said, all cats are autistic. And then they made the comparisons. And I thought that was really funny. They made all the comparisons about how they don't like fucking being overstimulated. They don't like a bunch of shit. They're fucking very flighty. And I just thought about it, I'm like, oh my god, you're right. All cats are autistic. And a cat that's not typical is a cat that acts not like that. cats that are very, very clingy and dog-like. They're the neurodiverse cats. The cats that aren't autistic. Isn't that a fun little fucking concept? I thought that was really funny. Also, now you woke up the mods. No, that wasn't done by the mods. That was me. I bunked that. No, bad. Cross the line. Stop it. I didn't even get a chance to. That one's a very clear, you know, not a joke that's appropriate here. Yeah, they can't stand touching surfaces they don't recognize. Yeah, cats are very fucking autistic little creatures, and they're fantastic for it. Yeah, but the average cat, a normal cat, is autistic. So that is typical for a cat. So when they act outside of that, that's considered a neurodiverse cat. And I know I'm projecting a lot of fucking human terms onto them. And it's very, very human of us. The cats are very smart. Very, very, very smart. Have you guys heard of the technique where every time you need to do something at a scheduled time to give your cat a treat before you do it? Because the idea behind it is even if you forget, your cat won't. So any daily habits you need to do, you know, slip a cat a treat at the same time just before you do it. And eventually, when you need to do something, your cat's gonna be like, hey! Where's that random fucking treat? The design is very human. Fishing. So that's a very interesting thing that I've read and actually agree with. Cats are pretty autistic. I love cats. I've always loved cats. I've always been a cat person. And for whatever reason, every fucking cat I have met that isn't my own cat as being kind of like attracted to me. Like I'm just like a cat magnet for some reason. I have a story. I went to this place once and they had like 7 cats. I sat down. One cat jumps on my lap, sits there. Okay. Okay. Another cat jumps on. There's still space on my lap. Alright. Alright. Another cat jumps on. Now they're on my chest. I ended up with 6 cats on me when I sat down. I don't know why cats like me so much. Except my cat is not like that. She likes showing her affection in a very different way. She doesn't like sleeping on my lap or doing anything like that. She very much likes just being near me. And that's how she shows her like affection and stuff. She likes being near me. She likes meowing at or chirping at me even to get my attention. And then when I go pat her, she'll do the thing where she'll lean into my hand and yeah, she's cute about it. She shows her affection. She's just unfortunately, pets resemble their owners. Doesn't really like being touched. Much like me. Unfortunate for her, though, fur is a texture that I actually like. So it feels nice to pet them. My mom always told me I was a dog. Like, yo, sorry, what, my wife always told me I was a dog. What the fuck did I read that as? That's kind of funny. I have no idea what you would describe my personality as if you were to use an animal. Mom, wife said that, yeah, no, yes, sort of. Depends. Some families do that where the dad calls mom, mom. Yep, yep, fair enough. Oh my god, I remembered something because of this. There's a post that someone made comparing Grimmy's two models. Her usual model that she has, her default model, and then her necromancer model. And it was really fucking funny because they showed her how she, like, normal Grimmy's usual personality. I love Grimmy. Grimmy's fantastic. And it was just her usual personality. Oh, hello, ma'am. Hope you have a nice day. Not that much confidence and whatnot in the hello. And then they showed a picture of her and her necromancer model, and the difference was like the energy was different. The quote was, "Your son calls me mommy too." I thought that was really funny. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, I actually found it. I hope. I thought that was really fucking funny. I do love her necromancer outfit. It looks so nice. Have you seen this? Look at her usual outfit. It's so neat. Yeah, there you go. There's the difference. There's the contrast. Isn't that neat? Cohen, the outfit hits? No. That's not me. That is a very inaccurate depiction of me. No, I like the outfit a lot, but not like that. Definitely not like that. I just thought it was amusing. Mostly because of you guys talking about the whole mom-wife thing. It just reminded me of that. Another VTuber? Yeah, they're a larger VTuber now. Is she live right now? She is not. What are you fucking think emojiing at, Zer? Hmm? My interests are pretty specific. Not actually into the whole fucking dummy mommy stuff. That doesn't do anything for me. Emote is oddly entrancing. Yeah, no, I'm not into that type of stuff. What does this think you're like insinuating? You can stare at me all you want. I'm not one to spout falsehoods. I like what I like, and one of those things is not that. I like nice voices. Definitely like nice voices. Oh, crazy. Oh, it's almost like why I'm here. Strange if you did like it here. Such a streaming is such a strange thing. Strange occupation. Someone goes live, broadcasts themselves onto the internet, and however many people show up and watch them. And then you have instances where you have millions of people watching someone. Like that one guy in... Oh, where was he from? He's, Ibai? I think he currently holds the record for when it comes to CCV. Let me look at his numbers, because his numbers are fucking insane whenever he does his special events. Like, he's had, I think, a peak viewership of, oh my god, this was this year! 13th of July this year! Peak viewers, 3.8 million. That is, he pulls the most on this website, bigger than fucking anyone you've ever seen. Even though the biggest streamers and whatnot, he pulls in crazy numbers. Apologies, I'm feeling far more sarcastic than usual today. Nothing personal. Don't worry about it. You don't have to apologize for anything. I haven't taken any offense at all. I still don't know how I feel about that emote. It doesn't really portray a very accurate fucking depiction of me. I like being touched. But whatever, it just exists. There needs to be no begrudging patch on Twitch, if you ask me. I figured it was something unique, so that's why I have it. Yeah, that emote doesn't fucking represent me at all. But I love it. It's one of my favorites. That one's more for you guys than anything. You guys can thank Z for that one. Z went out of her way to edit that. It's just like a sort of hyperactivity to that type of emote that just is not me. So change the pat so it's a hand reaching forward and you pull out your gun. That would be fucking so good. Probably one of the most accurate fucking emotes I have is my scheme emote or evil. Surprised you don't have a non-bio emote of some kind, honestly. It's on the list of emotes I need to get. Sadly, emotes are kind of expensive. And in order for me to go get a bunch, it's I usually get them in batches. So that's why I don't get them for long periods of time. I like to get them in batches, and if I get them in a batch, it's more expensive. They're like $45 a pop, and I have like 12 slots to fill. No, more than that. Way more than 12 slots. So, not cheap. I suppose I could get like one at a time, but I like getting them in batches. Eventually, we'll actually have a large library of emotes for you guys. But for now, this is all we've got. I apologize for everyone that had my old emotes from many years ago, because I had a very large library of emotes. Hey, Scottish lad, welcome back. Sad. I found a sad, spooky song. Nice. Now I'm thinking about this. There's a lot of songs that are sad with context. There's a lot. Now I'm thinking. From the same exact show as Comfortable Doug? Neat! Comfortable Doug was weird. You know, I'm thinking about this right now, and I'm really not sure what my type is when it comes to personality. I don't even know what that is. Do I have a type? No. I think that's a question I need to ask people that know me well. And not myself. I don't think I can actually answer that. I should. I definitely have a type. So your type was you? No. The answer to that question, when someone asked me what I look for in my fictional women, my answer was me. Because it was funny and also sort of true. Mostly because I like short hair punk aesthetics. Doesn't even have to be punk. Short hair is fine enough. I like tomboys. Spoiler! My partner's a tomboy. She keeps her hair shorter than I do. You like boys in general? Fair enough. I know what I like in my fictional women, and it's me. Yeah, you can quote that. I don't mind if you attribute that quote to me. It's true. Not my personality. No, that's definitely not. It's the aesthetics I like. Because I also, obviously, I like my aesthetics. That's why I have them. Because I like them. So anyone that shares the aesthetic, I like them. When it comes to personality, I have no clue. I genuinely have no clue. Genuinely, I have absolutely no clue. I think Z would know better than I do what my type is, if I even have one. I don't know, I like people that are... No, No, I'm stumped. Trying to think of anything the people I've ever been with have in common. And I can't really find that much of a common ground. I don't think I have a type. Not really? You don't think I actually really have like a specific type? Yeah, no, I'm actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't really think I do either. I know what aesthetics I like, but when it comes to personality, I don't think there's a personality type. That can be very variable. I think it just depends person to person whether or not I feel like I vibe with them. Yeah, there hasn't really been anything in common with all the people that I've ever been interested in. There's nothing that really stands out as something that's shared among all of them. What the fuck is dating? I'm not even talking about dating. I'm talking about people I've been interested in. Whether or not I've dated them before. Mind you, I've only ever dated 2 people in my life, and one of them I still am. I'm trying to figure out whether I have a type. And, yeah, Z, you know, me too, honestly. We share that in common, yeah. I could tell you what it isn't. Not a shitter and B, not a piss baby. Yeah, definitely. I agree. I told my friend I liked redhead, and she immediately said, "Oh my god, Ed Sheeran." Who the fuck is Ed Sheeran? Why do I recognize him? What is he from? Is he a singer? Does he sing? He's a famous singer? Ah. He sings pop? Oh? Okay, Rage, you would know. Name a song that I have heard that Ed Sheeran has done. Because I would not be able to. Oh. He's the Shape of You guy. It's the one where he goes, oh I, oh I, oh I. Yeah, okay, I know who Ed Sheeran is now. See what I mean when I tell you guys I'm actually kind of bad with names? When it comes to, like, celebrities and stuff? But when it comes to people in my personal life, I'm more likely to remember your name. If it's a celebrity, I'm gonna fucking forget. No, you see, Valkyrie. I do know who Ed Sheeran is. I just don't know him by name. There's a lot of people like that for me that I do not know by name. I know them by what they've done, and not their name. I'm like that with actors too. It's just the actors that I've actually been exposed to enough that I will actually remember the name of. And you listen to the Nowhere King song after this music? No? Before you get any wrong impressions about the first time I listened to your song, that was a one-time thing. I don't really listen to music on stream. I will humor someone. Everyone gets one. Instead, we sit here, we chat. Now, see, Valkyrie, the difference between me not knowing Ed Sheeran by name and you not knowing Ado is that you are a regular here that watches me and how often I bring up Ado for you to not know who they are. There's a different context here. I am surprised that you've either somehow completely dodged it or have not registered it to memory at all when I have talked about it when you were here. That's the difference. I was actually talking about her the Ado concert like a week or so ago. That's happening in May that I may not be able to go to because it's so relatively soon. I really want to go. Just touring in Australia. I'm just, yeah. I'm only a good listener when my brain says to be. Fair enough. You know, you could probably name a song, and I won't know the song by name either. Like, I remember the name Shape of You because I had this similar conversation where I wasn't sure who the fuck Ed Sheeran was. And someone like, he did Shape of You. I'm like, what the fuck is Shape of You? And they're like, here, go listen to it and you'll probably recognize it. I'm like, okay, so I listened to it. I'm like, oh, I do recognize this song. So I didn't even know the song name. But I registered Shape of You to memory. But not Ed Sheeran. I promise you I will forget again. Give me enough time and I will forget who Ed Sheeran is until someone says, he's the guy that did the Shape of You song, and I'll be like, oh, that guy. I know that song, but I like the cover Fame on Fire did of it better. Sorry, Ed. No clue who Fame on Fire is, but I might listen to it. I'm not the biggest fan of that song, Shape of You. I recognize it, but I don't exactly like it. Kinda catchy, but that's all I really feel like it's got going for it in terms of my tastes. I fucking hate Shape of You. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't hate it. I don't like it either. Allow Me? Oh god. You're actually gonna make me go listen to it. I might not like it. This is your warning that I might not like that. Fucking stupid song. I can't believe I removed so many Aether Realm songs. I genuinely just found that some of them were just too fucking not the vibe I was looking for. I just had added a bunch of them. And this is the only one that survived. King of Cups. I really like the one where they go, the sun, the moon, the stars. But that song is so fucking long. Where is my rubber zombie? I prefer the classics when trying to woo grandmas. God, Valkyrie, you're fucking spamming my fucking new users. I swear to God. I prefer the classics. Yeah, bust out a little Tom Jones. Who Tom Jones? Seriously, just stay alive? No, that's not how I feel about it. It is just an observation I have made. I'm not actually I'm particularly neutral on it. But you do end up fucking griefing my logs a bit. But no. Do what you fucking need to do, alright? If you need to stay in less discords for your own sanity, do so. I understand. What other fucking songs is there that I genuinely... You know, there's something I haven't exactly figured out, and I'm going to ask you guys. Because of how prevalent the song is? How do you guys feel about Payphone by Maroon 5? I can't tell if I like it, or dislike it, or whether or not I like it for disingenuous reasons. Like, I'm not entirely sure if I like Payphone just because it's I don't know, kind of funny. I don't know why. I'm really not sure how I feel about that song. I've been considering just sending the request to you directly so I can spam with songs, but I'm not gonna push my luck. I do it enough already. Do as you please. What are the belt out kisses? I was made for loving you. Oh, Kiss is a fucking... That's a fucking nostalgia. Yeah, I remember that fucking song. That's a fucking so old. But I have discovered that I'm actually just a big fan of metal. Not that I've discovered. It's not a recent thing. It's not a recent development. I've always liked metal. But there is one thing about metal that I actually wasn't particularly interested in when I was younger. That was anything you would consider screamo. Now I'm pretty okay with it. I actually like it, even. There isn't like a distinction though. There's like good and bad kinds of screamo music. Okay, this song gets removed from this playlist because it is dead. You'll take the classics? I like Rob Zombie. Where is the song Zod the Immortal? Where are you on my playlist? Ah! For your information, my grandson ships out to basic training January 6th. Yo! I hope he survives it. For in context, in that cover, they willingly chose to keep the male pronouns, so that makes the song not also a banger, but gay as fuck. Oh, okay. He better or I'll personally be his end. I hope he gets what he's looking for there. I hope he gets the experience that he wants. Yeah, I remember you mentioned that. But that was really, really fucking wholesome. I hope he makes it. I hope he makes it so that he can actually get that. Where is Paris Island? What is Paris Island? Where and what is that? And is there like a significance at Paris Island? Yep, that's the question. Where and why? I need to go through more Vocaloid music. I need to go find more Vocaloid metal. It was the first training camp for the Marines. Oh, okay, that's neat. It's a hellhole. Yeah, but it's the first training camp. There's sentimental value. Like, I want to talk about how I do find myself getting sentimental from time to time. But it is not something that I find that it is something that I very commonly do. It is rare. I only really learned what sentimental value really meant. Older. When I was older. Never really understood it. Kissed the sand there when I was 17. Not willingly, I presume. Utsupi. The Joshua made me feel like amphibian shit. Specifically amphibian shit. Why specifically amphibian? Wonder what's actually happening on Tekken right now. For 10 weeks, I was the lowest life form on Earth. I've heard that they don't do that anymore. How true is that? Actual question. So they're just generally not allowed to do that anymore. I see. Because for everyone that's gone through that kind of training, would you not say it's character building? It is very brutal, but it definitely builds character, whether that's a good or a bad thing. What do they do now? Because they can't, like, insult you. Like, what the fuck did they do now at basic training? Surely they're not just, like... Yeah, surely it's not the, like, polar opposite now. Surely they're just very strict, but... They just PT you to death? What's that mean? What's PT? Because I believe that they would be very strict. I'm not sure. Can they not yell at you anymore? Can they still... Physical training. Oh, okay. So they're not allowed to yell at you anymore. Is that one of the things? Or can they still yell at you? They just can't degrade you. Okay, they can yell still. Okay. You can sort of meet similar fucking effects to the previous kind. The only difference is now they're not using very harsh words to describe how you are the lowest form of life. You're not even a maggot. But I've heard that maggot was actually used a lot. And you get taught the pecking order really quickly. What they do is they have you go down to the beach, roll in wet sand, and do an 8-mile run. Ugh. Some brutal fucking training. I really highly doubt that's why fucking people stopped. I really doubt that was the reason. The sand gets everywhere. Oh, that sounds miserable. I fucking hate sand. Sand is fucking awful. Wet sand is worse. Not for me. Not for me, not even slightly. Alright, but hey, if you pass, you get the sexiest uniform on Earth. Yeah? Welcome back, Packer. Marine dress is something to behold. I'm looking at it right now. Marine uniform. Oh, it is actually very, very, very nice to look at. Very, very proper. I like it. Good uniform. I know the Navy's finals was a real fire simulator, thanks my younger brother going through it. That is such a proper attire. Very, like, I don't know what I would describe it as. Neat. Neat. Orderliness to it. As the best description is that it's just kind of like there's an orderliness to it. Would you agree that that's the word you would describe? Just kind of orderliness to it. You look at that uniform and think, ah, man, very organized, nice and orderly, very prim, very proper. Real fire and all, he had 102 feet, 380 degrees. Oh, 338-degree fever and still passed, yet the other branches turned him down. Oh, okay. So from everything I have understood, from all the context I've gotten from you military bros in my chat, you know, from Sentho, from you Sol, from I have learned that every branch has some sort of rivalry. But would I be correct to assume that there is a sort of pity from every branch towards the army? I'm just making assumptions here based on the information I have. So I'm actually very curious to see what the, like, dynamic is like between branches. Yeah. Equal hatred among the branches. No pity for the infantry. Not at all? None? I can only say for what I was told, he is here so I could ask him. I'm shrugging right now. None, you picked your fate. Okay, fair enough. What if you did all of your training and whatnot and were only accepted by the army? Hello, cat. Yes. That's your fate? Yep, I suppose so. ta 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 ta. Funny thing, Army turned my brother down as well. The only branch that took him was the Navy. Yeah. Morning light. Hey, boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Ooh, ooh. Again. Mm-hmm. Goes ra ta 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 ta. My body is a weapon. Fun fact: I more or less got drafted. Oh. So that's back when they still drew the drafting, right? Yeah, where I lived, very far away from the military. Can't wait to suggest a song to warrant this type of reaction from Ko someday. I live for that shit. What, where I turn it up? We do a program called Selective Service, which helps us set up for a draft if needed, but a draft has not happened in decades. Fucking crazy, because I'm waiting for the drop. Oh, here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Would you like to have plans and get a letter saying report to Paris Island for Marine training? Oh, man. Yeah. Everybody's getting down. Can't wait for the Make Them Selfish slash Baby Metal collab. Could happen. Maybe Metal does collab with whoever the fuck, you know. Whoever they like, rather. So, can I ask a sensitive question? I'm not sure if this is gonna be like intrusive or anything like that. I'm just asking whether or not it's okay for me to ask. Did you suffer any permanent injuries from your time in Nam? And if you did, what kind of injury was it? Asking mostly out of curiosity and mostly learning about what type of medical hardships you had to go through during recovery, if that's what happened. So I'm always very interested to learn what they have. I have a bullet still in my leg. Oh. Okay. Has that impacted your like walking or anything like that? Or is this, it's just there? How deep is it? And is it often the choice to just keep it in the leg? Getting Ace Attorney flashbacks when the bullet was stuck in Von Karma? It's deep, they could not remove it. Ah, okay. Would they be able to remove it by today's standards and technology? Probably, right? They could probably remove it by today's standards. So here's the question. If you could get it removed, would you? And if you would keep it, is it just kind of like a badge? They could, but there's no need. Yeah. I understand that. But that's why it's the question of if you were given the option and there was no cost to you. Yeah, I ain't talking about fucking consequences of like long-term effects of leaving a bullet inside your body. No, I'm like more talking about if you were given the option, it was free, and it would be hassle, like, you know, it wouldn't be a hassle to you to get it removed. Would you get it removed, or would you keep it out of sort of a, I don't even know if I want to call it sentimentality. It would be a keep out of, it's just a memory. Keep it? Why have more scar tissue? I get it. I understand. I still have a scar, I think, on my foot. From when my cat was still a kitten. Check my feet real quick. Okay, it's mostly faded. Something scared her once, and as she was running, her foot got on top of her back foot. She propelled herself with her claws, and one of her feet happened to be on my foot. And it ended up being a really nasty gash on my foot. And it ended up scarring. I got shot and all I got was a purple medal and sent back to the DMZ. DMZ means demilitarized zone, correct? Yep, 1 week in the hospital. Oh, okay. Question about the demilitarized zones. What exactly keeps them a demilitarized zone? This is more of a question about how things work in warfare. Because there are certain rules of warfare that we follow nowadays. To a demilitarized zone. I understand the purpose and why it's there. But how do you keep it that way? Well, yes, obviously would be the military zone in front of it, right? But what is stopping them from, you know, attacking it? Is it just the fact that it'd be hard to get to? Yeah, nothing was safe, exactly. It was just a zone in the back of the country that was safe. We still had those zones. Yeah, okay. Yeah, mostly asking out of curiosity. Because I am a curious being. I like to know things. It was out of shelling range or air attack? Okay. This one question I know can potentially be divisive. And you can very simply say I don't want to answer. What were your thoughts about being deployed in Nam? if you have any to share. It's okay to not want to share them as well. Because I've only observed and heard about the stories of what happened there only from like an outsider's lens and from what I've heard. All I know is that's during the time period where there was a lot of anti-war sentiment. I thought we were doing the right thing by trying to free people from communist oppression. We thought we were heroes like our parents. Okay. We came home as criminals. Fuck, man. So that is actually... Yeah, okay, I understand. Okay, I get it. I know a lot of people saw while there. I remember being spit on by a group of college kids. Yeah. So some of the things I've researched and read about it are true. Sorry, it's like a darker topic for anyone, but this is history, right? What can you say back? Like, I don't know. I'm at least of the opinion that you guys, the soldiers, the people that had to fight, are not in the wrong. You were told what you told, and you filled and you did what you did your orders and whatnot. The people that should be, you know, shamed and whatnot are the people that gave the orders. So it really sucks that that's the way that they treated the soldiers that came back from the Vietnam conflict, from that war. And that's my thoughts on it. You did what you guys had to. And it maybe I'm just a very like empathetic person. Going to war and committing murder are two very different things. Yeah, exactly. Very different things. Wait, so what are we talking about? Vietnam. No, yeah. I think people like to pretend that that wasn't that you know. There are some people that pretend that that was not a loss. But unfortunately, the reality of the situation is had to retreat. So in our parents' eyes, we were failures. Fuck, man. That shit sucks, honestly. Yeah, war is rarely ever black and white. Yeah, war is never fucking black and white. So we just found a bottle, or had the doctor put us on pills and go to work. Wrong. Yeah, no, you have to follow them, or it's treason, insubordination. Yeah, history is indeed written by the winners. War is never black and white, and I really fucking hate the armchair activists that like to pretend it is. Genuinely do. I genuinely fucking hate people that fucking spout fucking bullshit about some country's conflicts like it's black and white. It's not black and white. All fucking really awful, ugly shades of grey. Public opinion is what destroyed my generation that served. Yeah. Really sucks, honestly. And this is my opinion, but I believe that the soldiers that come back from the horrors of war, no matter win or loss, actually deserve their welcomes backs. The way they treated non-veterans is atrocious. That is exactly what you should have gotten. A welcome back. I can tell you with zero hesitation that at the very least of my generation, me, myself as an individual, appreciate you for what you have done, for what you had to do. So, I want you to know that coming from me. You did what you had to do. That's why we made sure every generation after us that had to serve never got the same raw deal. Yeah. People really have to understand. Thanks the GI Bill. Oh, is that something that came after Vietnam? GI Bill. Oh. That's good. And that stuff is crazy. Like, you fight for what you fight for, you think you're doing the right thing, and then you come back and then need to be told that you were doing the wrong thing. Like, that's fucked, man. Followed orders. That's it. Like, that's what you're apparently guilty of, is following orders. I don't think soldiers should be shamed for following orders.
Cool! Looking cool, Joker!
Thank you for the 5 months, Drendrack! Yeah, life does indeed suck. You're so right. Not that you aren't the same, man. Look. I challenge anyone to fucking go to war and come back the same. Not to say that higher ups ever make fucking good decisions. Let's be fucking real here. Anyway, no, that's neither here or there. Is it just me, or are cops like the new besmeared vets now? Public opinion seems to be really gone down the shit too in the past few decades. It's because of the bad eggs. It's because of the bad eggs in the police force that has given them such a bad like public standing. Like, I fully fucking acknowledge any soldier that has seen war and has participated in war. It is hard to be the same person after seeing what you see and doing what you'd have to do. Did you know it's common practice to deny deserved medals if it's your first? Really? What's the reason behind that? I didn't know that's a practice. Politics. I think about how soldiers get the shitty end of the stick a lot of the time. It's always the soldiers that get the shitty end of the stick. Unit sections are all allotted only a certain amount of medals per rotation. So not only do you need to do something, but the commanding officer also needs to like and know you. Yeah. So what exactly is the Purple Heart? Can I ask, what exactly is the Purple Heart badge? Otherwise, Captain Smells His Finger is getting the achievement for ordering coffee right after 6 months. It's given to any soldier who was wounded in combat. Okay, so Purple Heart has the what the fuck does Twitch's, because the Purple Heart badge is for soldiers that have been wounded. What the fuck is Twitch's thing with the fucking Purple Heart and the bleed purple stuff? I don't know, it's definitely not military, but what is the... They say bleed purple and it's a Purple Heart. I don't actually know anything about it. DOD, don't fuck around with connection? What's DOD? It's not military. No, I'm just wondering why the fuck they chose purple and for the imagery to be a purple heart. I'm wondering what Twitch is doing. Why purple? Okay, why is the purple icon? Why is it purple? Yeah, look, that emo right there, bleed purple. It's a literal purple heart. What was the decision behind Twitch to make it like that? Oh, so that's what the purple heart badge looks like. It is actually just a purple heart. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Like, yeah, Twitch was just always purple. Just kind of interesting to me somewhere down the line it ended up being also a literal purple heart. And they decided that their slogan was bleed purple. This is kind of the same concept as military, and the bleed blue is just a sign of being really committed to something. Okay. I wasn't trying to say that it was a military connection or whatnot. I was trying to understand how Twitch came about the bleed purple. It doesn't go any deeper than that because Twitch is purple, so they bleed purple. Okay. It really is just that simple, huh? It really just is that simple. Fair enough, man. Fair enough. I guess it really was just that simple. I always figured having a bleeding heart was more of a derogatory thing. This is a bit different from bleeding heart. For bleeding heart is usually used to refer to people that are very sensitive. Yeah. Let me see. Let me look this up. Bleeding heart. Derogatory, informal. A person considered to be excessively soft-hearted or liberal. Do you mean liberal as in the ideology or liberal as in free? If you ever get bored, you should look up Medal of Recipients, crazy fucking stories. Honor, why am I skipping words? Ah, my meds have worn. They have worn off. That is so fucking funny to me. Holy shit. Way too overly caring, soft to a detriment. Yeah. I've heard bleeding heart used as not derogatory, but when you call someone, you bleeding heart, whatever, is usually derogatory. But if you describe yourself as someone with a bleeding heart, you usually describing yourself as being very caring and, sensitive. My medication is 100% about to wear off. It's gonna wear off within the hour or two. I'm definitely coming down off of them. I still want to talk about this. The whole being able to talk and not really think about what you're saying. And I already know, I can already feel my medication coming down because there is more of a prevalent pre-thought before I speak. It is there. It is coming back. Very, very interesting, actually. I didn't stop to think about it until you mentioned, my meds have worn off. I'm like, time is it? Oh yeah, no, mine is should probably be wearing off too now. What are you doing, cat? Bit lost. Funny thing. The voices? Wait, what happened to Schizo? Wait, what the fuck happened to my emote? Why is it not there? Is it just not working? It's supposed to be there. Oh, what the fuck? I guess I'll just add a different version. It's still not working? Why is it not working? What happened to this emote? Let me refresh my chat. Oh, there we go. I see it now. Okay, I just had to get a different one of it. Because for whatever reason, the other one's just not working. So weird. That is so fucking strange. It is working. I think you're just going a bit schizo. Twitch mobile is weird. I see it now. I just had to refresh. Maybe I am going a bit schizo. Okie dokie. I think it is time for me to call it a day and see you tomorrow, yeah? You can wait until I end. I'm literally ending. So I have been going for almost 8 hours, so I will actually... Yay! It works! Okay, so I'm going to send you guys somewhere. And then I'm going to probably relax after I end stream. So thank you for hanging out, everyone! I'll see you again tomorrow. So yeah, I appreciate you guys. Thank you for dropping by. Thank you for hanging out. Y'all mean a lot to me. Thank you for being a part of my community. And I hope you guys have fun over at Vesper. Here we go. So I will see you guys Yeah, say hello to the cute bug girl for me. Get your raid messages ready. I appreciate you guys actually doing the raid messages, because you know it is a bit of community solidarity when you actually participate in the raid messages. So I also appreciate that when you guys do so. Just letting you guys know. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yeah, that's it. Bye bye.